Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome. Welcome to the continuing day of streaming if you were here for Kiloprints and my collab build of the Delta Flyer. I want to say thank you, Derek, for being a member for 42 months and the many gifted memberships. Thank you. Hey, Lucas. Hey, Leonard. Hey, Pezlas. Hey, Papa Way. Hey, Bill. Hey, Penguin Makers and Cliff. Begley and Rod and Bill. I'm not going to be able to catch up. So, hi, everybody. Okay, so this is what we were working on. This is how far we got in our Delta Flyer builds. So if anybody wasn't here, be sure you go check out Kiloprints channel. We will be continuing this build in 2 weeks. But I am going to need to use this few minutes here to clear stuff out of the way. Let's get stuff piled in and into boxes and out of the way so we can get back on the TriMax. What green is that? That is Polymaker's Pop Green. Polymaker Pop Green. Hey, Kenneth, hey, Neil, hey, Clownhammer, hey, Tulsa. Yeah, this is an interesting little thing doing streams back to back, but I think it'll be fine. Let's get this stuff out of the way and we can get back to it. So we left off last time, which was before Form Next, with flashing the firmware on the TriMax here. So firmware is updated on all of the things. Well, it's probably not the most updated since there's probably been a Clipper version since then, but we won't worry about that. Let me bring this thing over here. Hey, Danny. What else do we got here? Thanks for my family and friends. Yeah, I hope everybody had a good holiday. I did. I got the shed basically done. Ready for the final inspection. Okay. I'm going to forego the Lazy Susan for now. I think most of what we're going to be doing is getting this thing homing and stuff. So, oh, that's what I need to do. I need to find a Revo PZ control board because we need to swap that out. So, hey there, Ranch Kid. There we go. Let me look in my little box down here, see if I have one handy. Hopefully this will do. Yes, here's one. Okay, so that board we need to put on here because I put the extra 19 volts in there first. In your thought, imagine a tool changer that changes everything, including the linear rail carriage. It doesn't come off that way. I don't know how. I don't know how. You can probably imagine it, but I don't know if it'll be realistic. Howie, thanks for the super chat. Jim, thanks for being a member for 42 months. Anyone who has Box Turtle and uses Mainsail, AFC UI is now baked in the latest Mainsail that came out this week. Awesome. Don't like that. Extra 19 volts lets the smoke out. We don't want to let the smoke out. Okay. Here we are. Here we are. So let me swap this guy out so we can just power it on and see where we're at. Hey, D-Max. Imagine wireless filament. I don't need to imagine it. I don't know about you, but none of my filament has wires. None of my filament has wires. Hey, Jeremy. Hey, Steve. Okay, what do we have? 1.5. 1.5. And where are... this, pop the connector off. There we go. These two. Time to make lunch. I'm gonna have a late lunch today. I have a tiny, tiny little nibble in between streams here. New coffee and a nibble. Yeah, that one go back on the shelf over here as a memento. A reminder that 19 extra volts is not often good. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's see here. Once this is done in printing, I wonder if it will be worth it. I mean, the Tridex might be faster than a tool changer, but it will be easier to tune. The tool changers ought to be easier to tune just because of the weight of the gantry is lower. Having an adult beverage now to mellow out. Nice. I had a good time. I always have such a good time with those, having someone else there to build with. The slightly rocky start did not extend for too long, so it didn't hit any level of frustration for me anyway. It's a whole lot easier to not be frustrated when it's not your own stream there, though. Okay, let me get this little ribbon cable up in here. So grab this at a good spot. Right? I think so. I think it's in. Okay, so I think we can power this thing on. Let's get this powered on and see where we're at with the config. Losing, thanks for being a member. You think you're in Louisiana? Go. Oh, that's, what do I want to do? I kind of want to do one more thing before I power it on. I need to extend my signal wire for the nudge here. It's not critical to do it right now. Everything will power on and work without it. It'll even home without it. So maybe we'll wait on that. We'll wait on that. We'll see how far we get with the rest of the stuff here. Let's power it on and go. Which means let's pull this off so we don't accidentally try to home with that there. Okay, powered on. Oh, driving from Florida to Texas. Got it. Have you got dual E3D piezos on this one? No, I'm only running it on primary tool head. We'll use nudge for offset calibrations. We will use nudge for offsets. This is just for homing. Adding 130 volts extra is more fun, I imagine. Powering on. Oh, did we not? Okay. So let's pull up documentation. We don't have clipper screen installed yet. But what I want to do is get out to the Z Wrencho. No bed mounted Z home sensor. This nudge. Is the nudge mechanical sensor or electronic circuit sensitive as it closes an electronic loop with the nozzle? It breaks one. So this is an any direction probe. And it basically works on these button head screws completing a circuit around this connector. So then, and magnets holding it together. So now with any contact in any direction, it breaks that circuit and triggers the end stop. Hey, lol. Getting all kinds of Mad Max results when I search. What aluminum bed is that? And is it also a Prusa plate on top? It is. So this is, I don't remember where I got this plate. It might be a Mandela plate originally, but I cut the corners off of it. There is one that he cut the corners for me. Another one I did, and then it is a Prusa plate on top. It is a similar mechanism to a CNC probe. Yep. Yep. But it's very DIY. This is one of the most clever things that I've seen in a while. When Zorencho came out with this, I was just very impressed. If you need more plates, just let me know. Hey, Agent Kane. Welcome. Welcome. Okay, so we are Mad Max, and we are going into the, what was it? Diagrams configs. There was a link somewhere for user for the manual. So we're gonna get back to that stuff. Where was it? Here we go. Instructions. I think we're done with the build. Can you explain about this device? Yeah, that's a good idea. So, Mad Max is a tool changing system that is easiest to set up as a 2-tool changer because you can just dock to the sides of the printer. Alternatively, you could have docks that are mounted in some way, but one of the key features of it is it only requires XY tool changes, and it's very DIY. So the tools have flathead screws here that index into keyhole slots on the dock, and there's some magnets in here to help hold it in place. So the keyhole slots here. These are custom docks that I made specifically to work with my Vitali CNC idlers, but this basically just works with the carriage comes forward, moves off to the side and off to print. When it comes to dock, you just align it with those keyholes and move out of the way, and it stays there. Which supplier you have for flex sheet for your Voron, please? Flex sheet is in these. I mean, I've got dozens of them from different manufacturers, but I really like the Prusa texture, so I tend to go with that. And this is a XYZ probe. What's the tolerance? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. Okay, so we're done with the build. Let's just go through here real quick. Build steps. Just go all the way to the end and make sure we've done all this. Yes, we have. So we're gonna go to configuration section. Can you print in your setup on the whole bed? No. So in this particular setup, because of the way here, it'll be easier to demonstrate with the other tool head. So let's go over here and grab it. So I can get to here, right about there on the, which is, I think I've measured, it's 25 millimeters in X. So I'm losing 25 millimeters on both sides in X. And then if I come back here and go to X0 and move forward, I think I determine I'm 75 millimeters in Y. So 25 by 75 millimeters exclusion zone in the front corners of the printer. So, hey Maker Viking. Yeah, so 25 by 75. A future project on this, I'm gonna turn this whole printer 90 degrees. So the front of the printer will be here. And then I'm not gonna lose any volume. I'll be able to get away with positioning things such that the tool heads are ahead of the bed and reduce or remove any of that loss. But right now in this build, there is an exclusion zone. There we go, and docked. What I'm doing there, by manually moving that around and docking it, I have some assurance that once I configure this to hit those spots, the docks are working. So I'm really excited about that. And that's a matter of actually positioning all this stuff in the right spot. It won't be too bad. I have all the extrusions to be able to flip this around 90 degrees. Things like panels are going to be a bigger problem. So just up the rail size and use a full bed. Up the rail size. Well, you can change the whole printer size, but one of the advantages I'll get by rotating this is instead of a 350 wide printer on my workbench, it's only going to take up the space of a 250. Converting it from wide body to deep body, yep. Okay, center pin is a XYZ probe, which we'll hopefully configure as part of this series. We should. Okay, in this section, you'll do these steps to get up and running. We're gonna install Clipper Tool Changer plugin. We're gonna copy over config chunks. Okay, so before we do that, I want to install Clipper Screen so I can do some amount of control on the printer instead of having to switch to the computer constantly. So let's go here and do an install. I do manual installs. So we're just gonna copy this and open up a command window. And SSH, I at TriMax, local, get in here and paste the command to install. So press enter for defaults. Yeah, we're gonna be choosing the defaults through here. Oh. So the bed will be mounted off center and the printer and the XY axis are rotated 90 degrees to get full print area. I might also be able to have more than 2 tool heads that way. I could put them across the front, but I have other tool changers now. I mean, you saw the index, that's multicolor, multi-material on that. I'll have a stealth changer. This being just 2 tool heads doesn't feel limiting to me. It gives me the opportunity to print with a primary material and a support material or 2 colors. I don't need this to have more than 2 tool heads because my print arsenal is going to tool changing everywhere, apparently. Do you copy over the macros from the Clipper Screen GitHub? Which macros? Hey, Andy. This is gonna go through and do this. Hey, Marcel. Let's see. This is quite the long install. What macros are we talking about? Let's go macros. Probably the macro buttons, huh? I don't. None of the following macros require they provide the tool head parking at pause and cancel. These can be assumed. It should be. Oh, is this? I've never done that. I've always relied on the mainsail ones. I'll have to look at this more. I'm not going to do it here, but I'm going to look at that more. I've never really paid attention to it because the mainsail stuff had all that. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, apparently you discovered that too, huh? That's doing that. So let's go back here. Install the clipper tool changer. Always start from a hardware setup which has functional XYZ homing. So we're gonna get functional XYZ homing before we move on with this. I'm not getting any activity on my. I'm not getting any power anything on here. Why is that? Did I hook this up wrong? Did I send an extra 19 volts to it by accident? Oh, my ribbon cable did not plug in all the way. I didn't have it clipped. So once clipper screen finishes installing, I'll fix that. So we're gonna have to wait for this so I can turn it off, so I can plug that in. That was a little bit finicky to get on there, so we'll let this finish. Then I'll shut it down, plug that in, and then we'll make sure everything's set up to home. Would you consider installing a Voron 250 bed on a Core 1? The source of bed and drill custom holes to mount it on the existing carriage from the Core 1. Are you trying to get a aluminum plate with AC heating and stuff? Is that the goal? Is that the goal there, Marcel? I'm not going to do that myself, but it should be doable. Hey, Nimmy. I don't know that, I don't dislike the PCB heater. It served its purpose. It works well. I can print anything that I need to print on the Core 1s. Maybe I'll change my idea once I get the L and use it for a while. Hey, Kittrell. You do not unplug things with the power on. Mostly. I won't say I've never done it. I want the high temp hot end and print PPS. The Core 1 is a PCB heater. Yeah. The Core 1L is not. Core 1L is an aluminum plate with a thing. Oop. You should still be able to do PPS with the existing bed and the high temp hot end. Extra insulation, couple of towels over the printer, get that chamber temp up. Hey, John. Oh, here, oh, that just finished. Never mind. Is it gonna come up? I was gonna say, while we're waiting, check out my new kicks, if anybody hasn't seen them. I've been wearing these around the house for a few days now, and they are comfortable. They're not ideal for my feet. The heels here are a little too low, but yeah. These are the Zellerfeld shoes. These are the D7s in 3D Printing Nerd configuration. David Tobin's little project. And then my groovy socks. Yes, they do make my feet very, they show how wide my feet are, because these are very comfortable in the toe box. But yeah, they are one of the more subtle designs though, which is why I got them. I bought them, Clown Hammer. This is a company called Zellerfeld. Zellerfeld out of Germany. And the socks came from Sanity in Prague. I did coordinate my socks and shirts, you're right. The shirt came from Sanity as well. Okay, this finished, it's up. Let's shut it down so I can fix that cable. The touchscreen is not working. Okay. Well, that's kind of, I'll shut it down via the web interface. Hopefully it touchscreen works when I power it back on. Does the Prusa XL have an aluminum AC bed? No, the XL uses bedlets, I think is what they call them. They're little 90 by 90 beds. The XL uses these. The XL uses a grid of these. They're little individually controlled PCB beds. So what is it? It's a 4x4, 16 of these on the XL. Now it has soldered on standoffs. This is a bare bed with no magnets, anything, but okay, that is powered off. Power this off and fix this cable. What's been your favorite build you have done? Oh, that's a great question. I don't know. What would you guys say, those of you that have been around a long time, what would you say felt like I had the most fun with? This is not going to be good for, you guys are going to get a view of my shoulder, but I need to get an angle in here to be able to get this on. And tweezers are really not the best choice for this. There's just not enough friction, not enough grip. Cannot get up in there right. Oh, there we go. There we go. Now it's on. Okay. LH Stinger. I think they mean builds I've already done, Killer Prince. I mean, I've kind of held off on the LH Stinger because I think it'll just end up being the best build I've ever had. And then why do I even continue after that? Black Box. Black Box was fun. The Mercury one was a good build. I like the Mercury one. For non-Voron, so if because I have a bias for the Vorons and the Trident. You know, Tridex was a fun build. But I think the Mercury one solo was a good build. And the VZ bot, of course, with Daniel. Let's turn this thing back on. See if we end up getting anything. Why aren't we getting anything? Hooch build, yeah. So many builds. Well, I'm up to like 305 streams, something like that. Now. I'm not getting any activity lights on that. Why? Did I hook that up wrong? Ground power signal. Is it plugged in the back? does it plug in? My touchscreen doesn't work either for some reason. I'm still not getting anything on that. Power this back down. Hey, Oscar. I'm not getting anything, which means let's check a couple of things here. Let's make sure I'm plugging into the right spot. So let's go to the BTT wiki. I did reboot. His printer now. The toolhead board is working, right, but the Revo PZ board is not. So let's go here and look up the pinout real quick. Gen 2 EBB 36. So I'm plugging in to the probe port, and I've got B probe is right here, and that jumper, let's make sure that jumper is in place. That jumper is not in place. That's why we're not getting power to it. It's better to not be in place than to be in the wrong place. Better to not be in place than to be in the wrong place. So this should go to the bottom two. Bottom two. There we go. Okay. What's up, buddy? Okay, you got your eyes glued here. If there's a poof, then the stream is done. I'll see you next week. Put enough voltage through it, it will bridge the gap. Bottom two pins, 5 volts. So the max I can put into this is 5 volts. Hey, there we go. There we go. And you see the little yellow LED turning on when I tap it. Cool. Clip button cover. Yay, lights. Now I wonder why the touchscreen's not working, because that's kind of defeats the purpose of getting clipper screen installed. Felix is not laying in his spot, so no Felix cam. Remember, I've already been out here for 3 hours. So the cats have already been out here, and Oscar is now coming back because he didn't get treats earlier. So, hey, Steve. Here. Considering I've already been out here for 3 hours and he hasn't had treats yet. Is the jumper in place for the touchscreen? What I'm guessing is maybe the cable has been shifted or something. It's DSI. It's DSI. We have also reloaded. We are on the latest, not the latest. We're potentially on a different iOS, so I might have to change the settings to get that to work. You make your cat sit before treats? No. No, he is far too stubborn for that. He'll follow it. You want it? Okay, you've gotten treats now. Here, will you lick my finger off? Come on. That was lazy. Marcel, thanks for gifted memberships. Okay, that is good. This is not working. I don't know why. I want to check the ribbon before. Hello, girl. Hey, Duff. Okay, so what do we have? We have a output. I think we went through. Bring my screen, my keyboard closer. Let's go here. Homing. Home XYZ is the first trick. Home XYZ. We can do this via a couple of ways. Let's home X and Y first. So I think we already went in and made sure that our end stop, right, that's not going to be here. Our X end stop is set up. So X end stop pin is on tool 0. Extruder seems cold. Let's see. Yeah, they do. So let's look at that. You're right. So 24 is our bed, and that's actually a PT100. This bed is a PT100 on it's a custom Kinovo heater with a PT100 in it. So I feel like that's a really good, should be a good number. Hey, Edward, let's see what our configuration on our tools are for the thermistor. And what I'm guessing is the pull-up resistor is wrong. It probably is a 2.2K. Do we have a here thermistor interface? Does it features a 2.2K pull-up resistor? So that's the difference. Default clipper, if you don't define it, the pull-up resistor is 4.7K. So let's go to a tool config and make sure it's not already configured. And we can say, what is the pull-up? What is that? Is it pull-up value? Here, let's go here. Stream is really quiet. What? Music is running. Can you not hear it? Can you hear the music? Nothing has changed for that kind of thing. My mic is just touching the yellow. Sounds normal. You can absolutely hear music. Okay. My voice is low. Is my voice low for others? It's behind my beard. It might vary. It's quiet in comparison to everything else. Let's bump that up a little bit. Is that any better? Okay. We're not going to worry about it too much. Big reference. And I think we can find this in extruder. What's that? What's that? Why are you not auto? Why is it not showing me where that is? There we go. That's weird. Filament diameter. Someone's probably said this in chat. Pull-up resistor. That's what we want. We want that line right there. Yeah, resistance of the pull-up. Not sense resistor, pull-up resistor. And this will be 2200. Music is a little louder than usual compared to my voice. Turn that down a little bit. Save and restart and you'll see the difference. There we go. Although that seems a bit off, 20 versus 24. I've always had Revo thermistor values be off. They swear that the thermistor value is, or the definition is correct, but I still feel it's a difference between GT and NT on the thermistor. I'll investigate that a little more later, but we will get this tool 1. So we need to add this to tool 1. There we go. These are just the 300 and less thermistors. Others are quarter or half. Really? I wonder why. I mean, my volumes, here, let's just up that quite a bit more and see what happens. Hopefully I don't blow anyone's eardrums out by upping it there. So NT 104 is the hot end. PT 100 is the bed. Use the E3D extension and do your own. And notice the difference if you don't use the E3D extension and do your own. Interesting. Have you used Eddie, the engineer's calibration on those thermistor gives much better accuracy? I haven't, but I've done stuff like that. I could put my thermocouple down the throat and do some adjustments until it's correct, but it'll be fine. It is what it is right now. That's not our focus here today. I would like to see why my touchscreen isn't working, but still. We should be able to now get an error if I try to home X. It should say already triggered because I don't have a tool on there. So if I home X, end stop stepper X still triggered after retract. So that's a good thing. So my end stop is a switch here. X end stop is a switch here that triggers on a bumper that I designed on the XY joint. So I can move over here and grab this tool 0 and then move this out of the way. That's something we need to change. We need to change it to home Y first. You can do the cheat method and just tweak the pull-up value. I've done that before too, Phil. I've done that on these. I had a whole discussion with the E3D team on whether those thermistor type was actually correct, and they swear it is, but just getting the wrong values bugs me. Why is this not connecting? Why are you suddenly not connecting? Correct within a certain temp range. But even I often will throw a thermocouple down the filament path to the back of the nozzle and check to see how accurate things are. I did that on the index, and with the thermistor definition that I have set, it's exact. Hi, Wolfgang. Why is this suddenly not coming up? Let's see if it'll come up in a different browser. No. What is going on? Do we get it here? No. We've lost all communication. We've had weird problems with this before. Might be a network manager issue. The clipper screen can be a little too involved in that for my taste. I'm just gonna power it off. I wanna investigate why the touchscreen isn't working. I'm gonna start with checking the ribbon cable. I think I probably allowed clipper screen to do that. I'm just gonna reseat this. Reseat that and make sure it's seated over here. Else is good. While we're under here, I'm gonna take my Z stop. We're gonna reroute it. So to get some length. Take it out of the current routing. Okay, so, and then this is gonna come across here instead, so I can get some length through the thing here. Let's see, where are we? Right there. So pulling is that. Where's that coming out? This guy here. There we go. It's just pulling through the whole thing just fine. That's awesome. Oh, fun. This is somehow the bed is holding on and didn't fall off. How is that? That's never happened to me before. Somehow the bed is holding on. I'm gonna just ensure it does. Why not inverted electronics? I don't like inverted electronics. I may or may not be able to reach that. Let's see if we can reach the nudge yet. No. That's good. Okay. This is gonna have to come out. Send it under the power supply instead. For right now, I just want to plug this in here. We want to just get it working. So that's plugged in. Oscar's having fun going around every little... What did I just drop? Okay, so all that's seated, plugged in. Get it back up here. That was to be able to get to twist this up a bit. Put it through there and plug in. There. There we go. Right through my little wire channel. Hey, Trey Bill. So there's that. Let's plug this back in, power it on, and see what happens. What's wrong with inverted electronics? I think inverted electronics makes a good mod. I think inverted electronics makes a good mod because you're very intentionally modifying your own printer to be exposed to dropping things on the electronics of your printer, because you got to admit, you have probably ran your printer with that cover off. I think it makes a good mod. That way you can make your own decision on if that's an acceptable risk. I don't like it as a default option. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't approve of it ever being a default option for Trident. I think other options are better. That's still not working. Other options are better for moving the electronics if you really need to. Okay, that's not working, but do we get... We do have connection now. Pull this off. You drop something into your electronics and short something out, then you have a reason for an upgrade. Fair point, Rod. Fair point. Okay, we have the tool head on. We do have a connection to the machine. Let's double check. Let's double check our configuration, make sure that we should be able to home X. Because remember, I'm going from a configuration that was the IDEX setup. So let's go in here and just check our X, stepper X. Enjoy the build. See you, Marcel. Rear mounted electronics on 1.8. Yeah, but that was inset. It didn't add any depth to the printer, and I needed room for the rear stepper. The inverted electronics is not compatible with the internal spool mod. Yeah, internal spools is, I like that idea. Welcome, Britt. Okay, so we have an end stop pin on the tool. We can check that now that it's plugged in. It is position max on X. Oh, there we go. Position max on X is only 232. Oh, position end stop is minus 51. Okay, we're gonna play around with some of that stuff too. I prefer my upgrades to be a choice. Yes. I think we're okay. We're not changing, we're not doing anything weird. Let's try X. Dual carriage needs to go away. We're not using, we should probably check to make sure everything is plugged into the right thing, but dual carriage is an IDEX thing. I think that can go away. But let's see if X homes. This is, oh boy. Let's see. If we go to end stops here, refresh this. Dual carriage is triggered, that's fine. Stepper X, now if I manually trigger this and reset it again, X is triggered. Now Y says it's triggered now, but Y1 is probably where this is plugged in. Okay, so that's Y1. So we need to change that for Y, and then I think I can bump this and trigger No, I don't have a Z. I don't have Z set up correctly, I guess. Okay. Let's clean up some of this before we go any further. Let's clean up some of this. We need this, and we need to confirm that I want to confirm where we have steppers plugged in. So let's give us... Do you have the pre-Tridex config for this printer? Maybe easier to go back to stock config and restart. I don't know about that, Joey. I don't know that I have it. I think it'll be fine. I have BX, AX. Those are all different, but this is the one going over there. That is in one. So X, Y, and then the things. So we go to here. Do we have Octopus series Octopus? Hey, Rick. Hey, Ken, hi. Let's go to the Octopus here. And where are our... Let's open that image in a new tab. Zoom in on this. Here we go. Driver 0. This is really what we care about right now. So driver 0 is PF14. So for a group of things, I think we're going to be... So X is wrong for this. I've got X plugged into driver 0. So we need to change this. So step pin is PF13, enable is 14. Step is 13. Enable is 14. Direction is 12 in CS4. Direction is 12. And UART is going to be probably this one, right? And then driver 1 is 15. Oh, PF, 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 and then PC. PF, PF, thank you. F and PC. Okay. Yep, I missed that. Do we have some big news thing going on right now? Oh no. Yeah, shooting down in Stockton. I just got a notification asking if everything was going on over here. Oh. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, so that's stepper X. Stepper X should be okay. That's old news. It's far too common news. We can get rid of dual carriage. We don't need this whole section. And then Y, and we don't need Y1. Let's get rid of this. And then Y is going to be PG0 step, PF15 enable, PG0 step, PF15. Okay, so Y should be correct. PV11, yep. Okay, so Y is correct. Let's see. End stop pin is PG13. And let's go down here. Y is right here. Yes, PG13. PG12 is Z. PG13. Best option for someone who needs more ports than the Nighthawk 36 board can offer. What are you missing there? Simplified. Doesn't sound like you're simplifying things. Are you sure you're using the most simplified solution for your tool head board? Okay, so stepper Y and then stepper Z. The end stop pin PG10, is that what I said? No, we're gonna do PG12. What did we do before? Over there. It's plugged into PG12 right now. So we can do an end stop there. And then the rest of these should be okay, right? Do we have to do anything else here? No. So let's save and restart. We'll figure out positions of things as well. Let's move this up and make sure that our wouldn't keeping it PG-13 be more YouTube friendly. Okay, so let's refresh this. So stepper Y is currently triggered. It should not be. So I've got the wrong, stepper Y is plugged into PG-13. Let's go here, stepper Y is, end stop pin is, got a pull up on it, should it? Stepper X does not. Let's pull that off and see if that works. Okay. Stepper Y and Z say they're triggered. If I bump this, it did nothing. Stepper Z, that is not working. Do I have those? Did I choose? Let me make sure I've got the right ports that I plugged into. So I plugged into, oh, I do not. I picked the wrong ones. I picked the wrong ones, that's why. I'm actually plugged into these two, PG9 and PG6. Why don't I just move these? Yes, I'm unplugging something live, but it's a switch. If you're very, very sure of what you're doing, do as I say, not as I do. There, we'll go with that. Okay. Now let's see. There we go. Now if I bump the nudge, we should get a, yep, stepper Z triggered. So bumping nudge works, and holding down Y works, and then holding down X works. Awesome. So I think we can home X at this point. Let's home X. Nope, nope, nope. Okay. So that's, so let's do a, that moved in a diagonal. Why did it do that? Let's stepper buzz. Let's stepper buzz first. Here's Rancho. Let's do what we should be doing on a fresh build, is stepper buzz. Restart. Restart. Let's stepper buzz. Stepper buzz. Stepper equals stepper X. Which one's moving? Stepper X is moving. I don't know if it's the correct direction. Direction is borked, I know, but I want to make sure that things are moving. When I tell a stepper to move, the one I'm expecting to move moves. Okay, so stepper Y buzzes. Now on the Core XY, it's possible to know, but your first move should be in the positive direction. The first move should be in the positive direction. And you can see that easiest on like stepper Z. This should go down first because that's increasing Z. And there, you saw it went down first. So this one is correct. Then we'll try Z1, which should be the rear, and it should go down first. Here. And it did. And then Z2 should go down first. And it did. So that is all correct. So now we have to figure out the problem is when I homed X, it moved diagonally. It moved towards 0, 0. It should only move in the X direction. So something else is going on with the config. Let's see if there's anything obvious here. It buzzed, so it's working. The stepper is working. It's just going in the wrong direction. We need to figure out what the fix is. Homing speed, rotation distance is 40. Homing override still in the config. Probably. Let's see what that's doing. Let's see. Bed mesh. No, there is no homing override. So it should just do a pure home. What in the world is all this? Temperature sensor fly 8? I don't need that. Oh, that's just temperature MCU. Let's rename that to Octopus. Oops. Octopus. Okay. I did buzz X and Y. Yep. I don't know. The problem is it's I don't know exactly which direction is correct for those in a Core XY system. I disabled all the extra includes. At least I think I did. Yeah, IDEX mode and macros I disabled, so those aren't a factor right now. So let's save that and restart. And let's do a home Y and see what direction it goes. Is it? I haven't actually looked at that, and I didn't know that they mentioned that in the Voron docs. By home Y. Okay, so X. So X moved negative. Here, let's go to the Voron docs. No, you can get this down to, once you know where it's homing now, you can get it right the first time, Nadir, just by following these docs. Where is it? Initial startup, is that where we're at? Trident, I think we're XY end stop check, homing check. So if we go here, either access, I want to see if there's additional information here. Down here, this guide here. So when I homed Y, Y moved to the left here. So X basically moved forward. So I'm gonna guess stepper B is inverted. I know I'm gonna guess stepper B is inverted. Oh, I have kinematic. Thank you, Musen. That's what's going on. Thank you. I did miss that. I missed that. Thank you. That is a great observation. That is a great observation. Now we can really test it. There we go. I missed that. Good job. Good job. Now let's test it. We can't, the previous test is not valid. So now I need to, here, let me get in here so I can click the button. Home X. So there, so home X went minus Y, and then home Y, see, that changed, goes plus X. So now we go back to here. Now we go back to here, and home X went minus Y, and home Y, so here, steppers are swapped. So I need to swap the connectors, right? Home X is moving in minus Y, and home Y is moving in plus X. Home X is minus Y, Y is plus X. Connectors are swapped. Okay, so this is definitely a shut down the printer before you swap connectors. Oh, filament runout sensors, yeah, simplified. That can be, especially if you're going for multiple of them. Absolutely. Oh. I am less and less a fan of these kinematic bed mounts, just for the requirement to always remember to secure it before moving. Okay, swapping stepper ports. I don't know if it was easier to do the configs part or that, but that was pretty quick. Okay, it's booting back up. Let's move this over a little out of the way. Try this again. What's up, buddy? Yeah? Okay, try again. So we're going to home X. Yeah. Well, that was weird. Why did it do that? I just swapped it. And that's home Y. Ah. Why did that do that? Steppers are swapped, swap A and B connectors. But homing X. Why did X do that? What am I missing? Home X. Oh. So X is going, so now X, I don't know why it did that. Maybe I think it might not have been seated on the carriage. X and Y. So now stepper A is inverted. So which is stepper A now that I swapped the thing? A should be Y. So direction pin, close that, save and restart. See if that works. Home X. I think I'm getting, yeah, let's try that again. Home X. Okay, so that's wrong. That's sensitive. That's sensitive. We'll see. Rear right is A now, I believe. Why is this being... I must have inverted the wrong one. So let's invert, and invert. That should work? Yeah. Okay. Home X. There we go. Okay. Oh, okay. So my extents are wrong. It aired out because it went too far. We need to, because the everything is set up for when it was IDEX. So especially X is a lot longer than the configuration is set up for. Yeah, end stop positions are left over from Tridex. That's the error I just ran into. The point is it's homing in the correct direction. Now we need to set it up so that things work. So Y should home here though. Awesome. So Y is working, and here, let's move X. Will that move? No, because it's not homed. Let's fix that. We need to fix the end stop positions now. So my printer config for X. So I do want 0 to be at the edge of the bed. Right now I've got a position max and a position end stop of -50. It should be about, and we'll fix this if it's not, but it should be about -75 because it's a 350 wide, right? And then that would put our position max at 325. So I'm backwards. -75 minus 350 is 275. That doesn't seem right, because that's only leaving me 25 millimeters on that side. Should be 350 minus 250, so it should be -50. -50 and 300. There. So Oh, position of the end stop. Sorry. Position min is minus 50. Sorry, I'm backwards on this. Position min is minus 50. Position of the end stop is at 300. Position max is 300. Is that correct? Did I untangle my mind? So I think position min is minus 50-ish, and we'll figure that out for sure. Position, because I want 0 to be at the corner of the bed. So let's save and restart that. I am noticing that it is very sensitive to that end stop working and how well the bed is seated. Okay, so here, if we now home X, see, it's home X again. Why is it going to the wrong end? Why is it going to the wrong end? Printer. X. Position and stop is 300. Oh. Does it count from left or right? Should count from the left. Home positive direction, but is there a setting that's telling it not to? Position and stop. Home retract distance. Hey, Max. But it shouldn't need it because I'm homing to the positive direction on Y as well, right? It doesn't it tell that? Doesn't that say? You were homing backwards and you fixed it for the old geometry, not the correct geometry, but I did fix it. I did fix it. Yeah. Look at your other printer configs, it has it, really? Here, let's see. VT gray. Stepper X. Homing positive direction equals true. Yep. And Y. Homing positive direction equals true. Okay. That's, you're right. I need that there, and I need that here. Okay, let's save and restart. Yep, that we're gonna have to redo all that. I know. I know. You know what? I get there eventually, Max. I get there eventually. Even on my own. Even, believe it or not, even without chat, I figure this stuff out on my own. It probably takes longer, but... Okay, so we are going to now double check all this. We're going to home X. Yep, so that's wrong. So X is now going that way. X is reversed, and Y is correct. So X is reversed. Y is correct. I gotta swap the connectors again. I gotta swap the connectors again because I'm down here. X is going the wrong direction, Y is going that way. So I thought that was weird that the connectors needed swapped. It's because I had everything else wrong. I had everything else wrong. So let's fix it. Shut her down. Stuff you would get right without chat breathing down your neck is this is true. This is true. There are some things that given the freedom of pressure from chat would just be correct the first time I tried it. I would get it correct the first try. You did the same exact thing yesterday with Double Dragon Mad Max. I feel better. I feel better then. Oh. Powering it on. The motor connector pins are probably reversed in half my printers. Yeah. Oh, we're gonna have all kinds of fun with the Stealth Changer build because I'm using the 5160s on the Leviathan for Z and okay, we are back here. We can actually see in the video preview there. You'll be able to see there. Let's home X. Oop, let's get the clamp off of there. Home X. Okay, so that's going in the wrong direction there. Oop. And Y. It's going forward. Okay, so now we're probably gonna have to. So home X and home Y. So they're both inverted now. So now we're almost there. Half an hour on just homing. Half an hour on just homing. Get rid of that. And get rid of that. Is there a combination we haven't tried? We could look for it. That's true, Phil. Randy, I am using the add-on board for that. Yep. I want to run the Z steppers on 48 volts for super fast tool changes. Okay, so now if we go back here, let's make sure that's good, and we home X. Woohoo! And home Y. Woohoo! Okay, now if we go to G0, X0, let's go Y125, F. So now it should end. Why is that X0? I know why. Maybe I know why. Any guesses? Any guesses? Before I go here, I have a good guess. There you go. Max got it. I bet you it's set to 32. It is not. Huh. What about Y? No, they're set to 40. That was my guess. Why did it do that then? Does it think it's at X0? Yeah, X0. I don't do maths well? What? Here, let's go back here. Let's home X. If we home X, we're at 290. The micro stepping doesn't matter. Oh. It is rotation distance, but it's the stepper version because I probably had 1.8 steppers on here before. That's it. Shadow Steve, good job. That's it. Where is that? It's not defined, so what is that? Let's just go here. Full steps per rotation. And we'll need the same thing under Y. Okay, next. Hey, Kaggle. Had this issue on my 2.4 with 0.9 degree motors. Yeah, this is just, we changed everything on this printer. We're just stepping through. This is normal rebuild, reconfigure stuff. So if I move this thing over and we home X, home X, that coupling is sensitive. Show. I gotta figure out what I can do to, maybe it'll be better when it docks itself. Okay, so that is there. And now if we do the same, go to X0, that is dead on. Now can we go to -50? X minus 50 and not grind it. Nope, it grinded it. Okay, so we don't quite have 350 millimeters of travel space. So I'm gonna try going here and changing this, the end stop position to 298. So we don't have quite 350 millimeters of width here, at least from where the end stop is. I got a better thing to try first. Better thing to try, because I have an adjustable end stop point. Let's see if we can get the full, let's home X. I had to home Y first, otherwise the motor's energizing trigger X. Oh, that's interesting, bad mouth. Okay, we're gonna home Y first anyway, just to prevent any issues with running into the other tool head. Let's see. Let's get another camera angle here. So if you see, there we are. So right here is my little end stop setup. This screw allows me to adjust, and what I want to see is if I have another 2 millimeters that I can move that. So let's move this out of the way and let's turn this in. It's 2.5. Let's turn this in 4 turns. So 0.5 millimeter thread pitch, 2 millimeters should be 4 turns. So 1, 2, right? 3, 4. So let me just physically move this over. I cannot. So I don't hear it triggering. So let me move this back half a turn. Oh, I did hear it there. Maybe I was hearing wrong. Okay, so let's try that. Let's see what that does. So if we go home X, so we should be at 300 now. Now if we go, let's go G0X minus 48, just so we don't crash it immediately. And now if we move it, can we jog it 2 more millimeters? Nope. I can go 1 millimeter, but not 2. So let's see if I actually have more space over here. So let's go 1. Let's go a half. Let's see if I can actually trigger that over here. It is triggering. So I was hearing it wrong before. So I'm gonna go even just a tiny bit more. See if I can get that much more out of it. Yep, it is triggering. So now if we go home X, yep, cool. And now if I go back to minus 48, this is the A4T tool head. Minus 48, minus 1. Yes. So I've got a full 350 millimeters of travel. If I go to G0X0, I should be directly over the edge of the bed, which I am. I'm like a millimeter in, and this is, I think, a little over 250 millimeters wide anyway. Oh yeah, it's wristwatch G2. It's Galileo 2 in wristwatch format. What is my full bed width here? Yeah, 253, 54. So being in, yeah, that's a good 2 millimeters. So that's perfect. That's perfect. Okay, so now let's home Y. And let's go to Y0, and let's go G0Y5, just to start. And then go, we are at, we need to go a lot more. So I think we're set up right now for 250 on the Y, 250 even. So 0 should be, I'm gonna set up 0 on Y at the front corner of the bed. Just once again, this is important for slicer setups, I think, unless there's a better way to do that. If I look at this, we are about 2 millimeters in. But I have a good amount left that I can, if I go, okay, I'm at 0 right now, and I need to go even further forward, and I have this much space I can still move forward. So, and in order to actually hit the dock, I need to move forward quite a bit. So how much space do I have here that I can move forward? Probably like 8 millimeters. So let's see what 258 millimeters looks like. So 250 is, so the position end stop should be 250. That's pretty much right where I want to be. I want to put position min in here. -8. Let's see what that does for us. So I think that is all good. Let's save and restart and see what that does. Oh, I had one already? Did I miss it? Is it in there twice? I did. Position min. Position max, position min. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's just get rid of this. That's not useful. Okay, save and restart. That's a good point, Badmouth. That's a good point. I could have done that. Maybe we'll do that. It's just another quick restart. It's not going to be more than 12, so we're just going to do that. Okay. So now we're going to move this over a bit just so we can see it. And we're going to home Y. That is right at, so that's 250. So now we're going to go G0, Y0. Hey, Red Fox Squirrel. Hey, Steve. Hey, NJ Surf. That's at like 2 millimeters ahead of the edge of the bed. Probably isn't a bad thing. I'm not going to be printing all the way to the edge of the bed anyway. Now if we go, can't move this because X isn't homed. But if I look at my max before I collide with things, let's just jog it back and pay attention to the other tool head. We're at -9. Nope, -9 is the furthest I can go before I hit something. Can't go to -10. What did it hit? What did it hit? Did it hit on this side? Yeah, I mean, it's either side. It's hitting, it's hitting the idler into the body here. Otherwise I could get -10. If I made a, so I'm hitting my idler here into my dock. If I did a little notch there, I could get -10. I don't know if I need it. Let's disable the motors. And I know that this is at a point where I can dock, so I don't actually need, I think -8 is where my dock point will be. So I'm gonna set my min to -8, and then I won't be running my idlers into the printed part. I don't think I need to carve anything because I know that this works. because I've been able to manually move the tool head around, docking and undocking. So -8, I think, will work. I don't think I need to carve anything. We're dialing in our range of motion. We're going to go -8 here. Oops. And now we get to do... run them into it and call the printer bonk. Bonk. Okay, so home Y. Home X. Well, we did -8. That is an even number. Now, if we go G0X -10 or -40, Y0, that'll get us to a spot over here. I could have set a speed value there and made it happen a little quicker. Okay, now I want to go G0Y -8, which brings me right there. Now we can jog X. We're going to jog X right into the... We're going to jog X right into the dock. Oh, so -8 is too much. That's okay. We don't want to be right on it. So let's go +1. So -7 for Y. And let's go. There we go. There we go. So -48, -7 is where we're in the dock spot. So now we should be able to dock it by hitting Y +10. There we go. We just did a dock move with the move controls. So -48, -7. We need to remember that. -48, -7 is the dock location for entering the dock over here. Woohoo. Camera focus. Oh yeah, it goes crazy. -7. -48. How's the marathon? Hey Bob, we're doing good. We spent 45 minutes getting this thing to home. And we're not even done. We haven't homed Z. I want to home it to the pin, but I also noticed that this is almost flush with the bed here in this setup. So I want to extend the pin to where it's about 1 millimeter over the bed. So if I pull this off and loosen this little set screw, should be able to push that. I've got plenty of room here to push that up just a little bit. Oh, that was more than a little bit. Get this up in here now and fine tune that. That's probably where I want it. I can get that. I can touch that with the tip of the nozzle. Then tighten this back down. There we go. If this was your first console, it's time for... There we go. Okay. What is the recommendation? Let's go off to back to the... Did I recycle that? Oh, where is it? Mad Max, here we go. Let's go back to the documentation. So is there a recommended homing override Actually have a very large version of that type switch in my truck used for a limit switch on a very large industrial extractor. What do we have here? Configs. Let's go to configs. Config, V2, Z-Runcho config. Printer config. What are you using for a homing override? Nothing in there. Your Micron config on the repo has homing override for Y first. Okay. And does it use a what does the V2? The V2 doesn't do? Okay. Let's go printer config. Let's look at the, oh, you have a different homing override config. It's not in here, it looks like. Okay. Flipper tool changer, homing override. V2 uses beacon. Ah. Use Joey's configs is the thing. Okay. So if I grab this, we're gonna safe home X. Is this your location for safe home? And that's the location of your pin. Okay. Variable X, Y, and Z. What does that mean? Micron uses nudge, a Z, and stuff. Perfect. Let's get this. Let's just copy this and put it into a homing override macro here. Let's just create a new file here. Homing override CFG. And paste this here. And now we need to find some things, some values. Variable is the nudge position with the safe Z height from bed. What is the safe Z height? Where is that up here? Variable safe home feed. What does that mean? They required lower acceleration compared to a fixed one. Okay. Let's just save that. Close it. Are we still homed? We are. So we haven't skipped steps. So let's move over. Let's jog over to where we're over the oops, we're not actually docked. Here, I'll fix that. Doop, doop. Let's jog over. This should be right at basically 126. It's probably where it's at. Or 125. Oops. Hey, Mark. Let's see. That'll do. So it's y minus 5 and 125x. That will work. So y minus 5, x 125. So let's go here. Override variable 125. 125 y minus 5. Do I need to change anything else here? I'm not gonna go feed rate here. We're gonna slow this down a bit for now. So that should do that. Now we need to add that to our printer config. Nothing else to do? Or no, I'm doing something wrong. Let's go. Include homing override.cfg. Save and restart. So that homing override is set up to home Y first, then X, and then move to this Z position to home Z. So I want to, because it's a good idea to always manually home Z. So I am going to move this out of the way to give myself some room. I'm gonna move it to a, I'm using the holes on the rails as a guide for kind of keeping it somewhat level. So I've moved that physically out of the way. When this goes to home Z, I'm just gonna nudge. I'm gonna nudge the nudge. How long have we been trying to home? It does home in X and Y. It's about to home in everything. So I'm about to hit, have you watched video on VFAs? Maybe, but I don't immediately recognize the channel name. You make an initialized tool changer command not found. Is that, will that cause it to not work? Yeah, right here. Do I need to, I'm supposed to be able to home first. The Maxwell probe, do the initial Z probe, but it's all good. Anything will work here. Here, let's just see what happens. Hold on. Yeah, home evaluating, homing override G code. Has no attribute save variables. So do I, let's install the tool changer stuff then. We have a printer that homes in X and Y. When we get the other commands working, then this should work and we can continue to test. So we need to do it anyway. Yep. I was trying to follow the idea that the instructions say always start from a hardware setup that has functional XYZ homing. Everything should work, so we'll just keep going. Okay, so we're going to re-log in. And install tool changer code. So we're going to copy that, paste that. Oh, that was quick. Restarting. I like to set a baseline and update change as I go. Helps me keep track of what I could cause something to not work right. Now let's get this in the update manager. That's nice to have there. So let's go to our Moonraker config. Come down here to that. And while we're here, do I still have a? Did I recycle this one? No, which one did I use? Clipper, screen, docs. While we're here, I want to grab the update manager. Where was that? Installation. Update manager. Here we go. The update manager for Clipper screen. There we go. And save and restart. Be nice to have some thoughts on the difference in getting to getting the index printing. Yeah. The big thing, the big difference here is this tool changer plug-in. So now, oops, not that. So install Clipper tool changer. Always start. To enable easy updates, add this chunk to the Moonraker. Set up toolhead configs. Look at the configs folder in this repo and select a newer config to start from. So we're going to start from Joey's configs. Better start macros. Use that if you can. Copy over any missing files as you come across them. Note that Clipper / tool changers are MadMax specific sample configs for each toolhead and requires a corresponding Clipper tool changer directory. Copy over your bed mesh section below. If you don't already have this section, will not start. This appears to be a bug in Clipper tool changer. Expects a bed mesh section to be present. So let's look at what we have here. Let's refresh here. Should this be dirty is one question. And did it install correctly? And should I see a Clipper tool changer folder now? Because I don't. Or do I have to create that? This says, look at the configs folder in this repo. Select a newer config to start from. Copy over any missing files. You note that I'm not focused here. You create the folder. And that's okay, Joey. I don't expect you to. It's not an expectation. Go Clipper tool changer. I am going to, since he had this here, I'm going to move that up there and we'll change this to that. Save. Now we need these other files. So why won't that open a new window? Whatever, we'll recycle this one. Configs. Micron is what has the one. Clipper tool changer. We need all this stuff. What is this? Oh, so that is, so what's special in here? I don't think I need that. Oh, I will need these. We'll need this section of those. G-code macro. I'll need all of this. Why? Huh. It's gonna get messy, but we'll figure it out. Modify your printer config to reference the provided Clipper tool changer sample files. Like in the sample chunk below, start with one toolhead config file and leave the rest commented out for now. Let's just do what they say. So let's copy this and put it in our printer config up here. This is going to not be needed anymore. And we're going to change this to tool 0 config and tool 0 config and tool 1 config, and then that. these two can go away. All this can go away. This clicky probe. Let's just get rid of all that. There we go. Clean that all up. So now we're going to move our tool 0 and tool 1 to the tool changer folder. And then should this be homing override? It looks like probably. Yeah, okay. Homing override. Save. Close that, and let's move tool 1 config, tool 0 config up here. Now we need to get the rest of them. So, configs, tool changer. Do I have, okay, so I have all of these in my MadMax. MadMax. So I have all of these here in the configs. And what date? 4 months ago, that looks right. So let's grab the micron, clipper tool changer, and let's go here. And I want that. I don't know what stealth burner macros is or not, but we'll throw these on here. Okay, so we drag those in. I'll go through and make sure we have the right things. But for our tools, we need to go in here and add some stuff to the bottom. Because if we went over here and looked at toolboard 0, is that what we're in? Nope. Tool 1. Let's start with tool 1 because that's what I clicked on. We need things that are different are down here. These G-code macros for tool 1. We need all this, right? Copy that and paste it here. And we are calling this tool 1 instead of toolboard 1. That should be okay, right? I do need we have, this should be extruder 1. Yep. So let's save that. We do the same thing to tool 0. Way down here. Grab it for tool 0. Right there, right? Okay, let's save that. What else do we need to do? Modify your printer config to reference the provided Clipper tool changer sample files. Start with one toolhead config file and leave the rest commented out for now. If you already have toolhead specific config file, make the file the base and add elements from the config sample. Otherwise, modify and review. Extruder pin, Z probe. If using an end stop sensor switch, modify Clipper tool changer homing configs. Homing override section, comment out the sensorless homing macros. Oh, does this homing override have any sensorless homing? Do I need to do anything here? I don't think so. Okay. And then comment out any homing override section you probably have in printer config, which I didn't. As it will override this one, which initializes the tool changer code. I I think I didn't have anything in there, right? Enable force moves in printer config to support the use of set kinematic positions. Do I have that already enabled? Printer config, force, like force, yep, force move is enabled. Enable force move true. And then I think we don't have any homing. I don't think we have any homing override. Homing and gantry. I have a bed mesh defined. I know I have a dirty repo, but I haven't heard anybody say whether it should be or not. Should it be depot or dirty? Dirty repo, depot. Should it be depot? Should it be depot? Enable force moves, restart Clipper, and resolve any errors that come up. Okay. Clipper restart. Or should have been firmware restart. But include file macros does not exist. Did I not copy over a macros file? Clipper tool changer. It's called tool changer macros. Dirty is okay, I've got it too, okay. So I'm going to go in and change that name to, instead of just macros, it's tool changer macros. It was just the install script making the repo dirty, not a big deal. It's still annoying to look at. Save and restart. There's going to be a few of these, I think. Toolhead 1 is primary. Oh, I thought I already. Oh, yeah. Let's get. I didn't see that in the in these exam. Oh, it's here, but it's not in. What does this? What is this used for? Tool 1 as primary. Let's just get rid of that. I don't think that's needed. It's not in Joey's stuff either. Save and restart. What's next? Oh, unknown. Oh, I forgot to do that. I forgot to do that on this one. Tool 0, all the way down here. This should be tool 0. I know you can't see that, but save and restart. Oh, what's next? Option pin is not valid in section probe. Option pin is not valid in section probe. For which file? Let's use tool 1 as primary. So if your tool 0 being stupid broken, you can move to a known working config. Oh, I see. Can ignore for now. Got it. Option pin in section probe. I don't have anything there. There's probe. Pin, tool 0 PB8. Tools, that's okay. Is it something in one of the tool? Is there a probe? Tool probe T0. What is that? That I need to know. What is this tool probe T0? What should that be? Because it's set to PB6 right now, which may or may not be correct. What is that supposed to be? Z probe pin for each tool head. This will drive tool head detection, so nothing will happen when you home and try to unselect tool later. So is that sharing the end stop pin? Is that because I'm using that for end stop? So that should be that should be, no, not there. Yeah, so that should be whatever I used for X, end stop pin, PA15. So that's PA15. So that'll be PA15 on both of them. Tool 0. PA15. If you try to home with Clipper tool changer and it can't detect a head using this pin, it will error out, can't initialize tool changer. That's a good thing. Absolutely. I just want to make sure I have the right thing and figure out why it's giving me an error on option pin is not valid in section probe. But let's get these correct to PA15. That'll be PA15 on both because I use the same thing. Save and restart. This is still going to error. What is this saying? Option pin is not valid in section probe. And that's got to be the one here. Why is this probe option pin you will need duplicate pin? How do you set that up? Duplicate pin. Clipper, documentation, save config area and printer config. Hey Turbo. Tool probe overrides your probe, I think. Comment that one out. But then how do I do a bed mesh probe? So end stop. I should still be able to do probe because I'm not doing probe as end stop. The probe should still be valid. Duplicate pin override. This tool allows a single microcontroller pin to be defined multiple times in a config file without normal error checking. This is intended for diagnostic. This section is not needed where Clipper supports using the same pin multiple times. Okay, so duplicate pins. Tool probe replaces probe. Okay. Okay. But do I still need to do duplicate pins? So this should be able to be it should use the probe defined under each tool. So I comment that out, and then I also need to put in a section up here. Just put it up here. Duplicate pins, and this was tool 0, PA15, and tool 1, PA15, right? Actually, tool 0 is the only one that I need to duplicate. Duplicate pin isn't needed. But what if I'm using, I use the same pin for my X end stop and for the tool detect. Okay, let's save that and see what happens. Failed automated reset of MCU. Well, okay. Let's try this again. Okay, happy Clipper. I do want to confirm that I'm correct on this. So tool 0 has the Revo PZ. So my probe, tool 0 probe should be is this config similar to the stealth changer config before I keep making suggestions? I don't know. I haven't done the stealth changer one. Should this be my Revo PZ then? I know you can't see that. So let's, right here. Should that be the Revo PZ pin, and will that work okay? I think so. We only move in X, Y, not Z to like still, yeah. What was that, PB8? Is that what I had for the, save that and close it. Go over to the printer config, and I hope I just commented out that probe. PB8, yep. Tool 0 PB8 with a pull-up. Is that correct? I don't know. I don't know if it's even useful to have PZ on here at this point. Would I have been better off just using the Maxwell probing? Zrancho's probably chuckling right now, because that's what he said I should do. Hey, Gert. Okay, does this mean that we are, and where did our, there we go. Are we ready to try a home? Let's find out. I'm gonna hit home all. Nope. Error evaluating homing override G-code. Extra G-code, G-code status wrapper object has no attribute save variables. What am I missing? Here, I think I know what I'm missing. I was missing this on the, let's go back to your config, and it's probably in printer config, and there's probably something up here that's defined for save variables. Right there. That is what I'm missing. I know this because I was missing that for the index config. Printer config, and right in here, now this looks, let's just put it, is that the only thing? Oops. I think so. Save and restart. Would have saved some time, but your PZ probe has a low force probe, which is better. We see wear on the screws after many hours, not a waste. Okay. Okay, is this going to work? Woohoo! So now we're watching to where it should move here. And what path is it going to take? There we go. That was completely wrong on the location. So what happened there? That tried to home at the 15 Y185. Did I not save that? Clipper tool changer, homing override. No, I set that. It tried to home at the other values that was saved there of 15. Copy of the variables files. What variables files? What variable file? What am I missing? See, that's why you don't, you always have a manual trigger for your Z when you start. This should be going to, so that those variables are saved to offset save file, right? But that's not here yet. Oh, there it is. Why did it nudge position X? Why have it in a file, a config file? Why have it in the config file if you have to change it here too? If this is here, why save it in the why have it here at all? X 125, Y -5. Why have it in the other file if it needs to be here anyway and it doesn't automatically update this? See you, Obergabber. Have a good one. I'm gonna zero out all the offsets here, since apparently that doesn't happen, might not happen automatically anyway. I want to start with zeroed offsets since I'm here. Save and restart. Okay, home all. Now I know that this triggers because I was able to do it last time. So now it's more a matter of seeing to make sure that it's going to touch that. That's interesting. That is very interesting in that I don't trust this in its current configuration to be a proper offset tool, because the tool head moved when it homed. What do you think about that, Zorencho? Should the tool head have moved? That's fine, Joey. It's an observation then. The tool head shifted when it homed Z. So which means the force to actuate my nudge, which it might just be a problem with nudge being too strong a magnets or something, is greater than the force to shift the Maxwell coupling. Ooh, my Z-tilt numbers. Before I go too far, my Z-tilt positions need to change. Otherwise, I'm going to run into that tool head. Hey, Adam. It did home, though. It did home. Now that it's homed, should be barely any force to tap the nudge in Z. Is that the case? You can always nudge, reduce the force for it by unscrewing the 3 Maxwell screws on the nudge. Yeah, that's true. Let's try that. So these 3 screws, we want to change them an even amount. So I'm going to just go a full turn. So as I see this here, reduce those, so that increases the distance between the magnets. This is the one that I built before, Zorencho, so I have no recollection of what magnets I use, but it sounds like it's tunable, so I'll play with tuning that. Right now, I want to see if this will, we'll do a Z-tilt. What are we missing? Even 0.5 millimeters of increased distance is a big reduction in force. Well, let's find out. Let's see if we can do a home Z. That is better. So it did shift the tool head a little bit still. So let's go another half a turn. Let's try that. Half a turn. On the Z. Oh, that's way better. Still shifted a little bit, so let's go another half a turn. New Year's resolution to build a small volume printer, less than 200 cubed. I'd do a micron. I would do a micron. A 180 build, if you're looking at less than 200, a 180 build of whatever variety is really handy because flex plate availability because of the Prusa Mini. Okay, now I'm gonna watch this again and do a Z. Yeah, that could probably be tweaked a little more, but it is not shifting. Might be tiny bit, so I might play with that a little more. But that is working. That is moving my pin down to where it's effectively moving the pin down. So I need to shift the pin back up to make sure it's above I can get to it with the, there we go. Make sure I can get to it with the nozzles later. How hard is building a 180 micron over a Trident 250? Well, it's more difficult because you have to deal with 1515 extrusion. Partial to the Trident design, so a solid fork is tempting, yeah? Okay, let's look at Z-tilt as the final little bit in the homing part. But we need to change it anyway because it's all configured for the Tridex. So all the end stop positions were completely different. So coordinates are completely different. So if we go here, and actually before we do that, why don't we go back and we are homed. So let's move over and see exactly where we want to be when we probe. One more 10? Yeah. Okay. And then if you only needed 2 tool heads, would you go TriMax or Index? I don't know yet. I don't know yet. I don't have enough time on either to know the benefits, the pluses and minuses. I don't have any time, any real time on the Index. I want to be outside of where the printing is for my probing. So I'm gonna go Y20, I think. So 225, 20. So 225x 20y is where I'm gonna probe in the front corner there. Seems it would be easier to add more tool heads to index at a later date if you wanted to. It would be. That's true. Okay, so let's go to our machine and printer config. And now we're coming all the way down to our Z tilt. So our Z positions, all of this is actually going to change, but our probe positions for that front corner is going to be 220, 220 is fine. It'll give me a little more room from the tool head. And then, so 220, which means we want to be at like 30 for the first one, and that's fine. And 20. And then for the rear, 125 in the middle of the bed. And I'm going to leave that because that's not going to change from the old setup to the new. Just how much is an index tool head going to cost though? $35. Not final. So figure under $50 for an index tool head. For an index tool, I should say. They had it listed at $35. That's the big advantage to index is the extendability and cost. Okay. You see here, what was it? $300 for the carriage. Okay, if you see here, my Z positions are going to be wrong as well. So the if this is 0, the edge of the bed here, then where is the center of the pivot point, the spherical bearing over here? Where is that? And we can get a pretty good number just with a ruler here. Replaceable nozzle in the index, or will I have to replace the whole tool head? You'll have to replace the tool. It does come apart, but it'll depend on what they make available as spare parts. Okay, so this goes here. If anything someone was saying is completely who knows right now. So that is right at 100 millimeters, considering 0 is actually 2 millimeters in from the side of the bed. So 2 millimeters in from the side of the bed puts the center of the screw here right at 100. So our minus 100, and then from a, is this going to be the same spot? That's interesting that ended up being the same. In Adabris, does that mean that this is also the same? That's harder to test, but I can run this along here. Take another ruler. This one was easier. This one along here, and then measure this, which is right at 18. Okay. It could be different, and why I'm double checking this is because this is all based on your end stop locations, and I changed all of that. But apparently I didn't change it enough to make much of a difference. Let's see if that is, if the nozzle is currently at 220, that is an additional 130, basically. That is the 350. Okay, We made sure 0, 0 is in the same spot. You're right. You're right. So, but this was a good exercise, I think, in confirming that I'm correct on that stuff. So I think we can just save this and try it. I think we can just save this and try a Z-tilt. Oh yeah, 17 minutes until we're giving away a roll of Polymaker filament. Link is in the pinned post and the description. How many people do we have here? Almost 300 people, but we are way underliked. Do you folks like me? We are way under. You came to win. Did you like, Hero? Did you like? Okay. Twice. Now, if I home right now, it should home Y first. So we shouldn't crash into the tool here. So let's I have faith. Home. There we go. So it's interesting. There's no perceivable shift on the first tab. There's a very slightly perceivable shift on the second tab. Okay, Z-tilt. Are we ready? I've got my finger on the power button because that's going to be the quickest. I guess all it's going to do is knock the thing off the tool if it doesn't trigger the... Oh, yeah. We have a few things to do. Yep, there's one. Okay, this is good. This is good to remember. We are setting up Revo PZ. So let's go to E3D Online. E3D Online and their help center, help centre, Revo support. Then Revo PZ. So we have some configuration things to fix. So firmware clipper. So firmware too wet, firmware clipper. Where is the clipper config? So we want to do a under the activate G code. We want to, at the very least, add this little line here, this little delay. We could change our, so we can do this whole thing. Let's just copy that. And let's go, this is going to be in the tool 0 config, right? So here's a activate heater, extruder, tab, probe, activate. What does that mean right there? As far as the context of this, at the bottom here it says tap, probe, activate, heater, extruder. Can we also put this stuff in? I think that'll, oops, not the activate G code. I think that's okay, right? But what does tap, probe, activate as a macro? So let's save that. Let's go look at that. It's probably under here and probably tap, probe, activate. There it is. So what this does is just ensure safe temp for bed probing. Okay, so that's fine. I think that's all okay. So it's going to do that. It's going to put in that delay. It's going to reduce the current and bump it back up. Let's see how that goes. Save and restart. We have 12 minutes. We're really close to 200 likes. Let's see if we can get there. Anybody new this stream that came over from watching the index stream? I got a lot of subscribers from the index stream, a lot of new people in. And I'm curious if folks are sticking around or not. That was a pretty popular stream. I think it's nearing 10,000 views already, which is huge for mine. Okay, let's go back here. And I think we can do a home all. Sean. That's stream on mute for a while. Did Z homing get sorted? Yep. We have full homing. So now Z tilt. Okay. So it's too sensitive. That's okay. We can try the next step on the, because it should be the most sensitive right now. So just hit the button once. Now let's try Z tilt again. Oh, finger on the power cord. Okay. Okay, it is triggering. I want to add a little more delay there and see what happens. You popped up for me for the first time as a result of your index stream. Awesome. I can imagine there'll be plenty of YouTube streams of index conversions to many different printer types. Oh yeah, that is going to be a very popular subject for quite a while, I'm sure. So just by the way it behaved, I want to try increasing that delay. So what this is for, if we go back to tool 0, this G4P200, oops, this G4P200 here is saying to wait 200 milliseconds after a move before it starts the probe sequence. I'm going to try this. This is almost imperceptible how little time this is, but it lets things settle because the PZ probe is detecting that force and vibration, and we want to see if it needs a little more time on that, and if this is even working. I think it should be, but since it's in the tool probe thing, let's see. Thanks, Friction. 2026, the year tool changers come to the masses. Well, I think that's 2025. You've got the U1, you've got others, but really it's when they explode is going to be 2026. You're right. You got the Stealth Changer, you got Mad Max. Okay, let's do that home again. Home all. Early adopters, yep. Don't be Brian and try and beat the Polymaker. Sign up and fail. Sign up now. There you go. Yeah, I'll change the tension on that just a little bit more. So let's try this. Okay, probe triggered prior to movement. Are we sure? I'm going to try one more sensitivity value here. Because this is working fine once it's stopped and going. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Just finding the right sensitivity. Okay. Okay. Woohoo! It did have an early trigger there. It's got a very, very high safe, or Z step or whatever, where there are 4 set Z current stepper lines. There are only 3 motors. Oh, because it's, you're right. Probe triggered prior to movement. Do we know that I question the yeah, we don't need the, let's get rid of the fourth stepper there. You're right, that's not needed. It's the config there. Do we know that this is working? This delay, this G4? How do I know if that's working or not? Does that actually show up in the log, in the console? Does that show up in the console? I don't see it, but I don't know if it normally would. You tried to pair your box turtle to the index, or is that a no-no? I have not. I was toying with the idea of pairing a box turtle or Vivid to this at some point. Hey, Mr. Franco. Is that just the initial weight and not for each probe? No, it should be for each probe movement. Let's just try it again. That's a good call, Shadow Steve. That's a very good call. Could the probe pin be floating and require pull-up? I don't know. I'm not. We're probing with Revo PZ. That I like the call of changing this to something large. 5,000. Okay, restart. It's not showing the current change either. I remember mine showing the change of the stepper driver current on each probe. Let's see. I just changed it. So let's home all. Now Z tilt. Nope, it's not. It's not doing it. So why isn't it? So why isn't that running? Is that a problem in Clipper Tool Changer? That it's not running anything beyond that? Or is it because it's calling that other macro first? This has nothing to do with the Z-tilt macro though. It should be doing that on every probe move. Let's let this finish. Here, most tool changers are easier to set up on a Trident rather than 2.4. It depends on the type of tool changer, Turbo. You can't easily do a stealth changer, for instance, on a Trident. You would need to have a mechanism for moving the tools out of the way, for moving to affect the tool change. That's why that's built into the 2.4. The tool change requires a Z motion. So, okay, so that did that. Someone suggested we just go in here. Oops, that's not right. I clicked the wrong thing. Name. Actually, I want last modified. There we go. Tool 0, if we get rid of this right here, oops. I get rid of that heater check, will this run properly from there? So let's save that. Oh, I'm not, well, this is a little annoying, but it's not, I don't know. I don't feel annoyed. Why did that not, didn't I save and restart? Macros, I have a better success with delayed G code. Can you do that for or what I'm trying to do here? I don't think that actually, I want to see if that actually saved. That, save and restart. There we go. I think I don't know what I did. So if we home all again. Oh, we have 1 more minute till we're giving away some filament. And something has been really stubborn for a bit. Oh, no, it's fine. Now we Z-tilt. Nope, it's not recognizing that in the activated G code at all. Am I doing something wrong? I'm just gonna e-stop it. I don't want to wait for all that. Firmware restart. Come on, firmware restart. Retry. No, touchscreen doesn't work. You would think that the firmware restart button would actually do something. Are both tool heads using Revo PZ, and why use the Z probe? Why doesn't the firmware restart just doesn't, the interface is so inconsistent. Restart the whole thing. Z-tilt doesn't matter here. Z-tilt is not a factor. We happen to be using Z-tilt as the mechanism for calling the probe, but it's the probe move that anytime probe is called, it should have that activated G code in it, which has the delay. I will try that, Nemi. I will try that. But we still need the tool probe existing in T1 so it can do the detect on whether the tool is on there when it should be or not, right? It doesn't matter. Any Z-tilt is calling the probe. Z-tilt is calling the probe. Okay, let's give away some filament, then we'll figure that out. So put a pin in it. Any of your suggestions might be what it is. I'm not sure, but we'll see. Polymaker filament. This is the one. We have people. Let me close the other one. Giving away 2 of these today. Don't get excited. The other one was about 4 hours ago. If in doubt, rename existing macro, create a new one that does, and then calls the renamed one. The macros don't matter. Put a sock in it. No, put a pin in it, because we're going to come back to it. We'll keep it going. We'll keep it going. Okay. You have 3 seconds to get your entry in. From the Clipper tool changer docks, the head detection and probing are all separate. Okay. So is it a matter of, maybe it is just a matter of disabling the probe section in tool 1. Maurice, thank you for the gifted memberships. 3. Let me get back on what we're doing. 3, 2. Turn that. 1. Is everybody excited to figure out what this problem is? So you've got all your entries in nice and early? Is that what's going on? We have no late comers, no late people? Oh, there's 1. 3. 3. 2. 1. You don't want the probe section in the tool head, you want it in your printer config. It doesn't really matter where it is. It's included. It's there. Count down and then go back to config and let's figure it out. Exactly. Exactly. Let's get them in. Hey, Sanity. We just got one. So here's the countdown. 3. You see the tone changes. 2. You get closer to dad voice than otherwise. 1. Half. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Done. If you missed out, you had plenty of time. Spin it 101 times, same as the amount of macro questions. Great. Oh, Wade got in first. Who got in? Who got that last 227th? Spanner. Spanner got in last. Three for probe points. Then there needs to be in printer config the probe section that has the offset that gets commented out when calibrating, then it needs to be in for firmware restart to work. Yeah, that's fine, but the functionality, that activated G code should still work. And that's what's puzzling. Okay, let's do a number between 1 and 21. 1 and 21. Kevin, thanks for being a member for 35 months. Butt's going to sleep. 2 for 2 heads on Mad Max. I like it, well, Jackie. 1, 2, spin. Hey, Kevin. Who do we got? Louis G. Louis G, are you here? You have 2 minutes to say something in chat. Timer's going. Louis G. Louis G stealth changer. I don't know. Louis G. What's SC stand for? Tell me it's stealth changer. There you are. Congrats. Louis G. There you are. Let me get you copied. How many entries? 227. Louis G, there you are. Let me go over to my remaining draft. Oh, I like Stealth Changer. Santa Claus? Could be. Santa Claus would be a close second for me. see. Shortest clown. Okay, you should have an email. If you do not get it, send me a DM. But email is on the way. Congrats. Short circuit. Okay, let's close that, remove the pin, and we hit our 300 people, a little over 200 likes. Smart cookie, there we go. Kitten snack time, kittens. Oscar got snacks. Felix hasn't been out here. He was out here earlier. Okay, everything's cleaned up. Awesome, you got it. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so questions were, is it this? Can you shout out Penguin Makes, who goes live in just under 3 hours? Penguin Makes goes live in just under 3 hours. Search for it on YouTube. So you're saying, Rancho, that this tool probe here, is not used for the tool detection. You're saying this isn't used, so we should be able to comment this out. And let's, at the very least, let's comment it out and see if the other one seems to work. So let's save and restart. Go. There's a detection pin in the tool config for this. Okay. So now we Z-tilt. Nope. Nope, it's not using the activated G code there. I'm just gonna restart. Via Maxwell coupling is to pop it out and then try to X home and see if Clipper tool changer. Well, it's gonna fail because it's not gonna be able to home because the homing pin is the same one. So it's gonna fail no matter what on that. I hesitate to get too annoyed because I very well might be wrong, but the Z-tilt config has nothing to do with the problem we're having here. The Z-tilt config doesn't have anything here. It's all in the probe. It's not Z-tilt. Z-tilt is going to call the probe, and the activated G code in the probe config is going to, have the delay in it. Is there anything too? Does it need to be in the... I mean, it should be. I mean, the thing about it is this whole probe in here is part of Clipper tool changer. So I'm really questioning is, oh, this is T1, but is this a bug? Is this something that Clipper tool changer can't handle? Slegsmith, thanks for becoming a member. Is this something that clipper tool changer isn't able to handle. Or is it something that I'm still missing, something wrong? We know that Activate G-code can work here because that's using for the heater. It has nothing to do with Z-tilt. Nothing to do with Z-tilt. It's all in the probe section. It's not calling these things. The probe under each tool head is used to define the location of the tap sensor for each tool head, the offset. How did you wrap the probe config with Z-tilt on a plain old Trident with a single tool head? And does that work as intended? Yes, it does. And you don't worry about it because by default, the Z-tilt and quad gantry level QGL uses probe as the probe section for its probing moves. So whatever you're doing outside of that, it doesn't matter. To modify Z-tilt to ask for contact. I don't know anything about that, but it's, and I can see where you're linking them if that's the case with Beacon, but that's not the case here. I don't know. Let's Clipper tool changer docs. Let's go check them out. Do we have a link over here? Just go to, no, that's troubleshooting. No link to the Clipper tool changer stuff. Okay. Let's go over here. Yep, that's right. Clipper tool changer. This option is either not documented or not implemented. The thing that has me questioning is activated G-code is assuming that tap probe activate heater extruder is being called. We could test it by heating here, we can test it, see if this is even being called. Does this even work? Let's see. Let's go back now to dashboard and let's go, what is the machine, tool changer macros, wait for temp within tolerance. What was the other one? What was that macro? Could add response type echo, which would print to console. Respond type echo message test. Yeah, okay, that's probably better than what I was just trying to do. So if I come down here and just do here, respond, is it just type? I can't type. Equals echo MSG equals test. Sure. Save and restart. I guess you want to see this more than that. So let's go dashboard, and we should see something here when it goes to Z-tilt. Tool probe and Clipper tool changer may inherit stuff from the main probe code to handle activate G code. Okay, Z-tilt. So we should get a test. No, it's not running the activate G code. It's just not running it. It's not doing anything in it. That's fine. Probe triggered prior to movement. We can fix that with this delay if we can get it to actually work. Does this setup need detection pin in tool? So when I had a probe section or set up in the config, it aired out. When I have it probe, when this was defined, it failed. See you, John. We were over here, and let's see, is there docs, installation, macros, components, tool probe, per tool Z probe. A per tool Z end stop and crash detection support allows using any tool to home Z. And there's nothing in here. Start detect active tool probe. This is all. Implements the regular probe parameters and the following. What's regular probe parameters? This is this. What's happening? The empty lines in that saved section might be an issue. What section? What saved? What section? Yeah, for all macros, that right? That way you can see the path of execution when you have bunches of include. I don't see where that was. I don't know what. Missing the config file. Yeah, my picture in the corner there is really annoying for showing this stuff here. Let's see. Double me. There we go. Now we can see. So this is the tool probe T0. All of this is a regular probe stuff, but it's not respecting the activate G code. We can see if it's, here, let's do this. What we haven't done is commented out that to make sure that wasn't screwing something up. So let's save and restart that. And home all. Oh, now my face is in the wrong spot. Oh well, we'll go here. Forcing synchronization with an M400 to clear the buffer at the beginning of the activate G code. What does that mean? So if I go here now, Z tilt and go back to the console. Yeah, it's not executing anything in activate G code. So that nothing gets executed there. I wonder if the temperature thing would even work. Let's see if that works. Let's put the temperature to 200 on the tool head and see if that even works. So if we go here, just go. Oh, the fan definition is backwards. Let's cool down. That started up the part fans. So let's fix that. Go tool 0. Part fan and cooling fan are probably backwards. Fan, generic, print cooling. So this is PA5 probably, and PD3. Is that what those were? Let's see. Let's go back here. Ew, why is this so large? There we go. But maybe the indentation of activate G code is wrong. It could be. Anybody know? I wouldn't. Okay, so let's see. Fan should be PD3, and hot end fan. How do I? Which? Fan 2, fan 1. PA5. Oh, we've got different. Huh. Okay. I've got all kinds of setup to fix on here, it looks like. Hey, Rogue. In any case, I need PA4 to be the hot end pan. PA4. Save and restart. Looks like I need to fix all of that for the 200. Okay, the fan's not working at all. That's PA4. Oh, that's detect. It's PD2. That's why, PD2. I screwed that up. PD2. PD2. There. It may have never worked anyway. If you can't get a quick fix, you can revert to Maxwell probing or abort. Now, well, let's play around with this a little more. The fan's working now. That is a loud little sucker. In the tools section, there's a fan parameter. Tools section. I don't know what you're talking about. Tool section and what config? Okay. We need to be. Hey, Collie. So let's heat that up. Let's, I kind of want to go down here and comment out the rest of this. So let's get rid of all this and put it back to, let's put this here. One line 107. Oh, fan. Why is that there and why does it matter if fan is defined up here? Why does that matter at all? That won't work, Tray Belt. Not for what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to put a delay in before it probes. Does the probe move? Yes, we could change the currents on the steppers, but that's not the important part here. The stepper currents don't matter at all, really, for what we're trying to do here. Obviously, at home's fine at the current steppers. Save and restart. That's not cuz Clipper. That's cuz Clipper tool changer. Because that's all Clipper tool changer stuff and not. Okay, let's go back. 200. If it is tabbed in too far, that was just what I copy pasted. It could be. I could be. But let's find out if this, what this does. if that other macro is being ran, then it should wait until it cools down. It should set a different temperature. Prevent Z-tilt. Yep, it's being ran. I don't know what it's going to. Oh no, it's not being run. It's probe triggered prior to movement. So how many spaces should it be? Is it as simple as that? Let's find out. That is a lot of spaces. What is the proper, here, this up here is 2. So maybe that's it. So I copied and pasted that. It's always funny when we get different. It's 4, it's 2. Let's try it again. I had an error when I had a regular probe section to find brush mirror. No, I don't think it's processing the activate G code at all. With 2 spaces, it's not running that macro. Turbo encabulator. Here, let's try the suggestion for a tab. Let's go tab. Save and restart. Yeah. As long as there's a space, there's no issue with indentation causing problems. Then I don't know what to do on this. Is Clipper Tool Changer actively being developed? Yeah, it's not doing anything. So how do I fix this? Any suggestions on how to fix it then? Yeah, let's try that. Let's try what you're talking about. Let's grab this. Let's just get it out of there because it's not doing any good there. And let's go to our printer config. Put that there. Let's uncomment that. Put that there and uncomment that. Will that work? Is that, you see where I'm going with that? Will that work? I'll use the G-code macro and put the commands in line. Let's see if we get an error. Nope, doesn't like it. Not valid section in probe. Yeah, it is. I'd rather put an M117 into the activate G code if you want to know if it runs. We already did echoing a command and it doesn't run at all. Currently stuck with referencing a fan in the toolhead file. I don't know what to do with this. I don't know what to do. And I lost track. I wanted to try something else, but I lost track of what that was. What was I going to try? I was going to try something that I forget what it was. Yes, probe gets changed apparently. Oh, I was going to check my other printer here, because see, in printer config, if I go down to probe, where is it? Okay, fine. This is my probe section, and this is the activate G code for changing the temperature. We could jump back into the Delta Flyer. I'm not going to end up submitting an issue. If I have to wait for a bug for this to work, maybe we will do Delta Flyer next week. I'm pretty deflated right now that if that completely eliminates the ability to do activate G code and probes, Clipper Tool Changer is useless to me. Completely useless to me if we can't do this. This is a major bug. Yeah, it doesn't support it. So if it replaces the probe command and it doesn't support this, then I don't know what to do. If it doesn't support it, if it's a missing feature, it's the same thing. I don't know what to do. It's a pretty big omission. Pretty big omission and pretty disappointing. It's got me pretty deflated right now. This is, I mean, it just reinforces the reliance on plugins and stuff can be debilitating to the ability to do some of the things we want to do. It's also enabling. I guess it goes both ways, but the problem is, Badmouth, they're using activate G code within the probe, within a probe section. If that's just not supported, then yeah. No, I agree there, Zarencha. Let's try it. I'm just completely deflated on this for something I wasn't expecting for this to be the problem we were dealing with. Where are we? Wrong printer, that's why. Let's just close that. Let's go fix the problem I started. Just get that commented out. I mean, the whole idea, not being able to make sure that you're not probing, you're probing with the nozzle tip. Forget PZ, Revo PZ, and putting this delay in. Not being able to ensure that you're probing under a certain temperature is a problem. No, it can't be handled in the print start macro, because you're not always doing these things in a print start macro. You're moving around. You manually want to home Z tilt. No, you can't do it in the homing override. It has to be part of the probe section. It's just a missing thing. It's not necessarily a something to be, I'm not mad about it. I'm just disappointed that it's not there. Decode macro, activate probe. I don't know. I don't know enough about it. If there's a solution in that, then let me know. But can you do probe section in each tool? I don't know. You guys have hit it on the head. It's been a long day. Google it. What is the pin I was using for the end stop? PA15. Just change this to PA15. Probe section on each tool config. Right, but does this not work on Stealth Changer either? Can you not ensure that it does tap. It does tap as its default thing. Can you not make sure that you're tapping at under a certain temperature? Does that work on Stealth Changer? Probing whenever. Yeah, well, I think we're getting mixed up on what questions I'm answering and what people are hearing as answers to their questions. Let's see if this works. We should get a we should use the Maxwell coupling for probing here. So are you ensuring that in the probe section, or are you doing it some other way? Lots of retries. Not lots, but more retries than I'd like, which is 0. There's probably something stupid I'm missing. I get it. I get it. There's probably something I'm missing. And it might be just something I have to troubleshoot offline. I'm using Activate G-Code and Tool Probe in my Stealth Changer. Are you using the Clipper Tool Changer plugin? Yeah. That's what yours looks like. That's what mine looked like. Well, okay, I got something to try. I got something to look. This is not a very... It might need to be broken in, might need to be a little bit of grease on the pins, but... Yeah. I want to look at something here in a second, make sure. Oh, geez. This isn't going to finish. Tool Probe. Tool Probe is what gets replaced with Clipper Tool Changer. I want to make sure, the very basic, I want to make sure that my file name matches for, I guess it has to, otherwise I'd get an error. File name matching for the thing. Yeah, this isn't going to finish. It's too many retries. We made a lot of progress here. It took way too long to get it homing, but I feel like I learned a little bit. Yeah, it did it. It actually did it on the fifth of 5 tries. Okay, what should I try? So looking at Chris, the stuff you sent, what is different from let it run until next week, then you can be sure it's broken in or broken. And activate G-code, you just have that. So why doesn't this seem to call? Here, what if we, let's do, not that. I want to try this guy. That. Oh. I'm going to try that. I'm going to grab that. Just that. Tool 0. Activate G-code. That. Did that. Okay. Save. Save and restart. first of all, let's just make sure if I do this here, there, it does test. You can't see it, but it did test into the thing, so it should do it. So let's go home. The only thing in Activate G-code there is now Z-tilt. No. So it's not running Activate G-code at all. I'm just gonna make it fail. Too many retries. Too many retries. How did it? Ah. I've had G-code blocks where only the first command in the block got executed. Come on, keep. Ah. It still did it even when I'm bumping the tool head. But it's not running that at all. But someone said, I thought I saw someone in there saying, what if is it just a G-code? Could it be just, it's not activated G-code? It could be implemented differently in tool change? Oh, you're right. You're right, Rogue. It's tired, broke. Kicking in. That's tired kicking in. That's not what we're testing anyway. That's not what we're testing anyway. I didn't change it back. It just completed successfully and it's still going around several times. There we go. So that didn't work. Activate G-code is correct. Why isn't it activating it then? I've put one command in there and it's not activating it. I got, so differences. On your setups, do you put that in a separate file or is it in the main config? Like if I take this out, it doesn't really matter where it is. If I cut this out and put it in printer config, will that make a difference? Toolheads each have their own file. Okay. Yeah, the big difference here, Badmouth, is this is a Clipper tool changer plugin change. Yeah, and Zorancho, I'm assuming maybe a little bit of grease or some just breaking it in might help. Even with tap, we used to run it for hundreds of probes to break it in. Is tool 1 config overriding? Go here. Let me put this back in here because I don't think that's going to make a difference. So this is tool probe T0. This is tool probe T0. And then tool 1, I commented this out. So it can't be. Higher Y offset for the A14 might be a thing. Oh, I see, bad mouth. Okay. PZ probe won't need to be broken in. We're not using PZ right now. I'm using the Maxwell coupling. Oh, there's the detection pin you were talking about. So detection pin should be PA15, right? That's my detection pin. Tool 0. That doesn't have a detection pin on it, is it? Is there a reason? So I think we've kind of figured that this just isn't support. Well, how is this supported? How is this working for NEMI and those? Oh. Maybe go through and do some other checks. What happens when you run an initialized tool changer? That should detect that T0 is on the gantry. Sorry, I missed that, Nemi. Do I have any macros that show up? Where are? Oh no. Oh, they're all missing, or they're all hidden. Tool changer macros. Do you have a separate probe section? No. Probe section is completely commented out. The bug with the activate probe, another option would be to just override the tool probe macro and write one that works without activate G probe. It's not a tool probe macro. Let's shift gears. I want to end this on a better note. I want to end this on a better note, and I want to keep working on it to do that. So let's pin the probing issue, because that doesn't actually stop us from doing an automated tool change. Let's do an automated tool change today. Is that reasonable? Is that reasonable? Let's do it. Let's figure that out later. Let's make additional progress today. So let's see, let me get back to the documentation. Initial testing. So where do we set our, basically where do we set our movements and locations for the docks? Note that everything here assumes you're using identical tool heads with identical builds. Note that the exact alignment may depend on the dock and head choice. Yeah, let's get an automated tool change as our goal for the day, because we don't need the probe to work to do that. It's one of the nice things about the only XY movements needed too. Ensure tool head to dock height alignment with the head near the dock, slide the dock up and down. We did all that. It's lined up. It should be good to go. We've done a semi-automated setup. So next, you'll calibrate the positions used in the docking sequence. These values will go in the tool X and tool changer sections, which clipper tool changer uses to drive motion. So the stock MadMax side dock geometry is specifically designed to be forgiving with support of about 1 millimeter adjustment error in any direction. So to make these values available in tool change macros. So where do we actually do this? Param name, position with the tool head aligned with the dock, position where, okay. So stock mount side dock geometry. So what do we do? Soon you will set the two toolhead specific values we added to, for example, in toolhead 0 config. Is this a problem because, is all of this a problem because I renamed the files? The Y params are shared and you will get added to tool changer. So tool 0 has params park X and detach X. So let's go here and let's look at that. Tool 0, under tool, we have park X. So let's see where that is. We are homed, everything is good. Let's go G0X10. Just get it moved over close. Run Clipper plugins, Clippy code never access the file names. Okay, so they don't matter. I wanted that to actually be like -40. There we go. Okay. Now we're gonna go move this over here. I think we're at -7, yep. And then X, we're going to, that's probably a good spot for park. By the time a plugin loads the relevant config sections, Moonraker has already parsed files. Yeah, so -7 and let's say -44. Could be -45, but I think -44 is better. Just make sure we have clearance when we're moving it around. So X -44, Y -7. So let's go to here and go to our tool 0, and we're going to go down to our park is -44 and detach is -48. So that is, we need a little clearance. So that is X. These are, and that's it, right? Position with the tool head aligned with the dock. So that should be those values. So let's save that. And then the Y parameters are shared and will get added to tool changer config. You'll change the Y vals first to help with setting X vals. So there is a, that's saved, tool changer config. So param safe tool head Y, safe motion while tool head is present. I think -7. Cepheus, thank you. Right? Is that -7? Safe motion while tool head is present. Safe motion with no tool head present. What is the difference there? Turn the printer on, find positions, take notes, then set them to the config after. Find the Y position for the head as it aligns with the dock. That's -7. Note that there's likely to be a Y shift forward after the Mad Max conversion because the core shifts bring the head forward. So your Y00 point may not be physically reachable. Got it. Home the head, bring the tool head to the front left, then to the left until there's about 1 millimeter clearance to the dock, then bring it forward until aligns with the opening. Try to get it within 0.5 millimeter. Your eyes should be accurate enough. This value is params attach Y. So that is -7. Find the X position for fully attached to dock. This is params park X. That's -48. The edge of the tool head should be just touching the dock or gently pressing against it. Find the X position for about to park in dock. Closer to dock where the head can safely be pulled back by the carriage. That's the -44. Typically 3 millimeters out from the tool head. This value should be typically 4 millimeters. There we go. From your params. So that's 5 millimeters for extra margin is harmless. So I have 4. That's what I figured out ahead. So bring the head back into the center area of the printer. Never leave it on the front. The next home may swing right and detach the head. Well, we always home in Y, so we're okay. And tool set the value for Y and params attach Y. Set the value for M close Y to be much larger before the magnets grab. 10 millimeters beyond params attach Y is a good starting point. Okay. So -7 params attach Y. I mean, if we just go like 5, that's 12 ahead. The Y position right before the magnets start to grab. So that'd be like -5. Is that right? How I'm interpreting that? Find the set values in tool changer, set the Y, set the, where's the save but don't restart. In toolhead 0, set the param part, we did that. Make sure T0 is still connected. Fire in the hole. You should see tool changer initialized in the console. G28 to initialize the tool changer and home. Save and restart. What is the error? Unknown chip, pin chip name toolboard 1. Where was that? Where did I screw that up? Where is that? What did I paste back in that screwed that up? Oh, that. I uncommented that. That's why. Okay. I had uncommented that. That was the difference. Yep. Tray built. Some tools missing detection pin. Yeah, the default config for tool 0 didn't have it. The default config for tool 0, which, yeah, tool 0 didn't have it. Let me just copy that from here. Let's put it in the same spot. Tool 0. Save and restart. Yep. Note that these are Joey's Micron macros and they're doing XYZ restore. Might just want XY here. Pin PA used multiple times in config. I changed that though. I told it that that's okay. Interesting. You said something. Joey's Micron macros are doing XYZ restore. Might want to XY here. How do I do that? And then why is that now? Oh, it's because I do that. This is, I'm duplicating that, but tool 0 PA15, it should allow that because I'm doing, I told it to allow it. Where was that? That was right here. Tool 0, duplicate pin override, tool 0 PA15. Does that need a space to work? Save and restart. Let's see if that works. No. Isn't that what multiple pins? Duplicate pin override. A comma separated list of pins that may be used multiple times in a config file without normal air checks. Comma separated. Does the spacing matter? No. So I can't do that? Here, let's get around this. We'll do more workarounds. Let's just go PB8 here. Is it in a duplicate pin override list? That's what I generated, isn't it? Let's just do that. That should at least get us around it. We're not going to Z-tilt. We're not going to probe. But I set that to allow duplicate. I allowed it here, right? Duplicate pin override. Tool 0 PA15 and tool 1 PA15. And also comment out the second toolhead file for now. Yeah. Okay. Now if I say G28, it says I should get must home with T0 initialized. Found active tool probe T0. Said all this stuff. Activating extruder 1. Must home with T0 with T0 initialized. T0? Oh, okay. Well, that didn't work. The colon, I don't think that space matters. I've seen it all over the place, Strathcar. Having a space there or not, my inclination is always to remove the space, but it's all over the place. Error evaluating G-code macro. Has no attribute fan generic part fan T1. That's when I just tried to initialize T0. So there's still stuff that isn't right. See you, Jackie. Error evaluating G-code macro change tool G-code. Has no attribute fan generic fan part or part fan T1. Is that under this? In which case we can just comment these out. But oh, it doesn't even extruder fan or print cooling fan. Is that just a naming issue? It says fan generic part fan T1. It wants. I don't know. I'm using the macros as they were given to me, Rogue. So it's probably something in here. Go part fan, fan generic part fan, and this is because it's not named the same. How so? Did I not copy all these from the same spot? There's some inconsistencies here that it feels like the config files as recommended coming off don't match each other. Like this fan generic part fan T whatever, that's not matching. No, this is me. This isn't this. This is because I used my default tool configs and added the tool change stuff to the bottom. So that is So this needs to be part fan. So this is me, I get that. So let me save that and change that on both of them. It's because I didn't use the whole config. I just copied the bottom part of it. Let's save that. That, and let me make sure that is the air, part fan T1. Okay. One more restart. Got it. So now this had said we should be able to do, you have print fan, not part fan. Thank you. Thank you. Save. Yep. Save and restart. Okay, so G28, right? So I did all that. Must home with T0 initialized. So let's initialize T0. Cannot perform tool change, access not homed. Okay. What, home now? It's home all. Must home with T0 initialized. So you can't initialize T0 because it's not homed, but you can't home because T0 isn't initialized. What am I missing? Must home with T0 initialized. And is isn't that what clicking this does? Cannot perform tool change, access not homed. No, there's another command. Isn't it set active something set? Yeah, it won't home anything right now, but it's set active tool. It's a little annoying that it won't do this. It's the one. Make sure that that's plugged in. Yeah. Must home with T0 initialize. What am I missing? G28 to initialize the tool changer. Make sure T0 is connected. G28 to initialize the tool changer and home. But it's not initializing it. So what calls for it to, so there's an override. Here, let's go here. There's going to be in the tool change macros. Is it in homing override? G-code homing stuff. I'm kind of spinning and I'm only watching, not having to actually fix anything. And then smart homing. Command homing variables. Okay, so is it in the, there's going to be something that replaces G28, right? Is T1 connected, not T0? That's a great question, Geroncho. I'm assuming that this is T0. It says active tool T1. Where do I set that then? I must have the definitions backwards. Is that the source of all of our problems tonight? That is probably the source of the entire day problems. This might be everything. Why is that? Let's look at things. Let's look. That would be absolutely horrible and amazing if that's the source of all of our problems today. Okay, let's see. What am I doing? Let's start at the beginning. Our printer config. I have tool 0 as this CAN bus ID and tool 1 as the USB device. Press the reset button and see if it goes away. You would have given up and not touched it again for 3 months. It's solved. Horrible. It was destroyed. I don't know that it's solved. We got to figure this out. It's probably what's going on though. It's to identify the board toolhead mapping. How would I? Because if I hit reset on the board, it's going to crash Clipper and I'm not actually going to see anything. We can, what is the command to change the color? The color of the LED. Anybody have that quickly? If we can change a color on the LED, we can change that via the, is that gonna be in tool, Clipper tool changer? Let's go tool 0. And the initial, let's see, where's the stuff that sets the LED? Oh, that'll work. LED is in, let's go here. Stealth burner LEDs T0. Yeah. That's T0. But there's still something here that's something going on. So that's T0. I just changed it to green. Where is that actually being defined? If the tool heads were, sorry, then the fans wouldn't run or run on the wrong tool head. Yeah, and things would, but it's not initializing correctly. So what do I got going on in these? So this is tool 0. Do you need to invert the tool detect pins or add pull-ups? Detection pin. So that's the tool detection pin. Do you think we need a pull-up? And I'm gonna get rid of these spaces because they bug me too. I don't think there should be a space there. Are both detected pins active? How do I tell? How do I tell? I'm gonna just do that. Yeah, see, I didn't do them up there. Do they show in the end stop page? No, they don't. What is the query end stops? Or query, is there another thing for query pin status? Let's restart that. Oh. Three character heads code for color and T macro. Wow. How did you tell that the current, here, G28. Tool initialize active tool T1. Is it here somewhere? Controller, extruder fan. No, I don't see it here. This query end stop should just be this, right? And that doesn't give us any of the the things. Yeah, that just gives those. But why is it? Something to do a home as in physically. Well, I want it to detect, because right now it's detecting. If we go here over to console, it's tool changer initialized active tool T1. So is it, we need to invert the detect pin? Do we need to invert the detect pin? Because it's let's see, console G28. Aha. Aha. Well, that was weird. Why did the X? Oh. So it needs to be inverted for the, or is it a pull-up thing? Is it inversion or pull-up? Now X homing isn't working because it's sharing that pin. Now X homing isn't working. Is it that it needed a pull-up and not the inversion? Let's see this. Okay. Nope. It still thinks active tool is T1 when I do that. So what is the, how do I resolve that if the, why was this homing fine before? Why was this homing fine before if, does this need to be inverted as well now? Okay, let's try this. Pull-up didn't seem to matter. Just change all these to the same. So now, no, it's not. Nyokoi. It's not homing anymore. Why does that need different? How do we change the behavior of that? Can I not share that pin with the X end stop then? And I change pins names for that pin. This. that shouldn't need to be. Hey, Mint. Are you using the clipper? Yes. There's some G-code commands you can issue for these. Any idea what those are? Where's the detection pin set in the toolhead file? Yes. You did not have the tool detect pins added. What's the detect pins names? PA15. Detection pin, tool 0 PA15. Well, that doesn't help me if the pinout diagram in the wiki GitHub after launch. Okay. But what does that, it's working, it's doing the thing. I've just got, it's doing the thing. I can't home now. If I'm gonna be able to detect whether the tool head is attached or not, to be able to use the actual setup, that's the question. That's the question, is can PA15 be detect pin and end stop pin at the same time? There's one badly defined pin, and if you're relying on that one for this, could be your issue. But that pin works for homing, Phil. That pin works for homing. So if it's poorly defined, I don't know. It doesn't seem like that's the issue here. Okay, here, let's do this. I think that should not be that, because we need this to home. Where is the detect function? How is it detecting it? It wasn't there. You added the detection pin on tool 0. Yes, because when I added it only on tool 1, it said it's not defined in tool 0 and gave me an error. Is the macro expecting an active high? That's what I want to find out, is maybe that's where the change needs to occur, is in the macro that's detecting it. Let me change all these back to where it should be. Yeah, that should work. So it's got to be in the, what is stealth burner macros? Is that even, tool changer macros. Does the tool head board detect that it was mounted, or does the octopus detect that a tool is mounted? Octopus doesn't, it doesn't matter. It's whatever pin is defined as the detect pin. Probe activate, wait for temp. What is the detect macro? Or is it something burned in? Oh, tool detection, here we go. Tool probe and stop. Crash, okay. This doesn't tell me anything. What happens if I comment these out? Will it work at all? Or does it need to be there? It doesn't seem to need to be there. It says active tool is tool 0. I don't tend to make standalone videos, Jen. I just don't have the time, and it takes far too much effort for me to do standalone videos, so I don't do them. Okay, it homed. It knows the active tool head is tool 0. I don't think, if I hit, no. So tool 0 is already selected. How do I dock it? Long live Chief, are you in my Discord? Stream chat is the best way to post a link. How do I, what is the command to dock? Because no one else told you, don't forget that you started the day very early. Oh no, that's fine. I'm okay. Unselect tool. Thank you. Let's try it. The link is in the description there, Long Live Chief. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna get my finger on the power button. Woo! I tried to do that way too fast, for one thing. And why didn't it move? I don't think it moved nearly far enough out of the way. So what happened here? Did it tear anything up? No? There we go. So, bit too quick, and I don't think it moved far enough out of the way. It basically put it there, and then let me go into the config, what was it? The Y config, which is tool changer config. Now, param safe toolhead Y of safe motion while toolhead is present. Safe motion with no toolhead present. That's confusing to me. We got close there, but if we go back through here, set up tool 0, find the X position for fully attached. Now I think it's all in the Y. In tool changer config, set the value for Y, set the value for param close Y to be much larger before the magnets grab. Params attach Y. Where was params attach Y? Ah. Bring the tool head to the front left, then to the left. Params fast speed set to 48,000. Yeah, I'll turn that way down. Till there's about 1 millimeter of clearance. Your eyes should be accurate enough here. That would be a very big suggestion, is to turn these speeds down in the default configs. The edge of the tool head shroud should be just touching the dock. Oh no. Then to the left until about 1 millimeter clearance. Your eyes should have accurate enough. A ruler pressed against. This value is params attach Y. So params attach Y. Large opening on the slots. Ah, that's -7 there. Y position matching the large opening of the slots. Y position right before the magnets start to grab. So that would be a little further positive. And then safe motion, safe tool head Y. Safe motion while tool head is present. What does that mean? Yeah, thank you. Let's go like 3,000. I want to see this. Params path speed. Let's just turn these. Yeah. Let's turn those down. It's going to be slow, but that's okay. Safe motion while tool head is present. Params safe tool head Y. Where is that down here? Params Param safe toolhead Y. Y position where attached head can move in X and will never hit the other head. Ah, okay. So we figured that out, that's like 75. So that should be like 75. Safe position, safe shuttle Y. Safe position with no tool head present. That's probably fine. It's probably a little, I don't know. That's probably fine. Let's try that. Put the tool on and G28. Unselect tool. This should be slower. Well, that was completely the wrong move. Why did it go there? That was weird. That was, how do you set the, what am I missing? Do you have rounded path in printer config? I don't know, probably not. Does it say I need it? Did I miss that? The toolhead specific values will get added to, so tool position with the toolhead aligned with the dock, position where toolhead can safely pull back in Y. So are those backwards? Is that what's going on? I bet you those are backwards. I bet you I'm interpreting those backwards. Let's look up here. Position with the toolhead aligned with the dock. Position, yes, I think I have those backwards. I think I interpreted those backwards. So in tool 0, I bet you these are, that's why it came forward in the docked position. So I think park is minus 48 and this is minus 44. I think that's, Nemi, aren't you glad I'm getting all these frustrations out on this build and not my stealth changer? Index had all the stuff set up, and it's not using a plugin. It's just using macros. So yes, Index was easier to set up than this, but that's not the whole story. Yes, we are. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna unselect tool. Let's see what this does. I'm gonna move there first. Hey, look at that! It did it! It did the thing! It did the thing! Yeah, it did the thing well. You missed it? So now how do I, okay, so now I can go and I can, let's see, can we grab T0? Let's see. Woohoo! Yeah, I started from the home position. It did the thing. It also commands to do the docking and undocking in an automated fashion. Cool. Save that config. Let's do. Okay, let's do the other tool. Let's do the other tool. Now faster. Now we know T1 will be easier. Yes. Yes. So, I think I can go. Move this thing over here. Actually, let's pull this off. There we go. Do the other tool. Well, we need to get them both working. That would make me feel much better about today. Much better. And then I can go eat because I'm definitely hangry. Okay, I'm gonna have to get my head in here to see this better, so. Whew. Okay, so 1 more millimeter I think is fine. That's our, so we are at 296, which is in line with what we're thinking for in line with what we're thinking for the if 250 4 millimeters is the dock point. So 296, let's go minus NY to -7. And let's go, well, let's manually move this in. So let's go -7. I want to try, actually, let's go, see where these line up down here. Okay. So this is tilted a little bit, so I want to fix that. So I'm going to do that physically changing the dock because the bottom ones line up, the top one doesn't. So I'm going to go in here and try tweaking. There's my 2 millimeter. It's 2.5. Where's that one? No, where's the 2 millimeter? Where's the 2 millimeter driver? Ball end. Oh, there it is. There we go. Shift it a little bit. Okay, now let's move back into place. I want it to be at the same Y -7. Yeah, that works. And then that is 299. And then this should Oh, that didn't pull all the way in. So let's go. Okay. Let's go one more, 300. Oh, no, it's not pulling in the same way. Now, why is that? Part of it is, do I have the, oh, I do have the magnets in there. Okay. Magnets on both of them? Yeah, I got the magnets in there. Okay. Snickers bar century isn't angry before the I wouldn't complain. I definitely wouldn't complain. So I think I've got little differences in the way that the docks are sitting between the two sides. So let's see what's going on. What's going on? So what I'm doing is fine-tuning how the dock is grabbing the tool. So just kind of trying to figure out, it's a little twisted. So figuring out why, for one thing. We got one tool to automate docking and undocking. So that is awesome. Just kind of tweaking these parts, seeing if I can get them to set a little. Actually, let's put this on here. No, let's put this on here. Tool to dock and undock, yep. So now this, that's there. Okay, so that's not in quite the right spot. Oh, that changed quite a bit. Why did it change so much? These are all a little further. Okay, well, I mean, it doesn't have to be exactly the same. So let's go -1 and or +1 and Y. It seems fairly. Yeah, so we're like -5 for this one. Okay. $298. Why is that? That seems weird. Nope, that's not grabbing on correctly. Okay, why is that not grabbing on? It's grabbing, that's hitting there correctly, but how much play do I have? That's maybe that top one might be able to go just a little bit in. Yeah, it's a little better, I think. Is that seems like it's, you know, little too loud. It's not pulling, it's not even. So I think part of it is we need this to be even, and it's not. So why is it not? That's kind of weird. Is this all? Huh, I want to check something. I want to check something. If I measure the distance between those, about, well, end to end is right at a little about 19 millimeters. What is it on this side? Yeah, it's right at 19 millimeters. It just seems like the holes in here aren't lining up the same way. Seems like they're not the same, lining up the same way as the other side does. Is there some twist? But it's just the spacing doesn't seem right. Okay. At 5 hours, and really about 8 hours of streaming today, we have had a huge win. We had some really huge frustrations today, but also a pretty big win. It is grabbing this tool. I am going to call it. I am tired and put this out of the way. Put this back over here. There. And I think if we select now T0, we should be able to grab T0. Uh-oh. Okay, good. I want to make sure I wasn't going to go over there. Yeah, and then if we go put this back, unselect the tool. Oh, so it did not do that. So there's some things that I need to figure out as far as getting the alignments right. But need to figure out what's going on with the Activate G code. If anybody has any suggestions, post those in stream chat. Let me know what you think. Yeah, I might have to home it again. I'm gonna double check all my alignments here and make sure I have enough adjustability in these pieces to be able to get things where they need to be. I might have to tweak them a little more for some forward and back adjustability. So thank you, everybody. I appreciate you working through, sticking around through this. It is time to get some food and some rest. Just build a tool changer without being dependent on any vendor. Congrats. I'm sure we can get past the G code activation issue. I'm sure too. And that might, I don't know what's going on. It is frustrating. Wasn't expected, but I appreciate people being patient with me. Yeah. Coming up. So Wednesday, hopefully we're unboxing a printer. And then next Sunday, I'm going to be around on Sunday. It's just Killer Prince and I, our schedules aren't going to match to be able to do the Delta Flyer next weekend. But I will be back on this next weekend. We're going to continue this, hopefully get past all of this stuff and get to the point where we're going to do a print. So we've got a tool change done. Now we got to get the other one. I'm going to work on that in between though. So take care, everyone. Hope you have a good week and enjoy the build. Bye.